We're here.
Huzzah!
It's the big...
The Allies reign once again.
We're doing the big one some more. So it's been a hot minute since we streamed this, but the last thing that happened... So, as a reminder, I'm playing as Britain. Willie's playing as the United States. In this playthrough, we were going against a fully buffed Axis in Japan. And so it is 1945, and Japan was just dealt with mere moments ago. I have a lot of soldiers.
Yeah, I have like the entirety of my actual army over here in Japan.
Let me...
Got a lot of line infantry guys that I can set on a line somewhere, but my actual pushing troops are very much all here in Japan, and I'm just gonna start setting my line up here in Manchuria.
I truly was about to do the Imperial Conference, and one more day I'm gonna start holding the Imperial Conference. So I was like,
you will be
right on
occupied with that.
I'm gonna be doing that. Now I get to figure out what the hell I was doing with everything else, though. I see I started industrializing the whole empire. I see that. I got the Barracuda and the Typhoon and the fucking Spitfires and the Spiteful. That's right, I got the Spiteful going. Oh yeah, I remember I was getting a little short on fighters. And so I started building, I had Spitfire Mark 10s, I called them. They have like all the makings of the late aircraft, but they're just, you know, earlier aircraft. And I was like converting my older stockpile over to them. So I could keep up with the incredible amounts of fighter output that the Luftwaffe was dealing at me. What does that look like? How am I doing on there? Alright, it appears that my Air Force is all the Spiteful class. I have 3,200 fighters alone. Almost every squadron I have both has an ace in it and is like at max veterancy. Especially the ones in Europe.
This is a good thing.
Alright, so the first thing we have to do is we have to do the Great Move. There is a lot of assets in Asia that don't need to be in Asia anymore. I was wanting you to handle the whole holding off of the Reich business.
Up in Manchuria?
Yeah, the Manchuria and Gobi Desert and all that. And then I was going to send some divisions to hold them north of the British Raj, like hold that point. Which is currently wide open, which is a little scary. And then I was going to focus my energies on Europe. So I had like 100 divisions out here in the Far East that I now can move to do other things.
And I have to reorganize my my armies because I now have a bunch of line troops that no longer need to be on area defense and need to be on actual lines. So
let's make airborne divisions. I did the mobile warfare and got the big. I finished up the air doctrine, working on naval doctrine, finished up the land doctrine. I have paratroops and marines. Kind of wish I had went mountaineers and marines simply because both of those trees have special forces multiplier increases in them. I have that. I have the Highlanders. I have the armor divisions. I have the airborne. I was starting to use airborne as like infantry in some places. I remember that because things are gotten a little bad in the Middle East. I have marines over here. Okay. What's the Air Force looking like? Making in medium airframes. I'm not making strat bombers yet, it seems. But I can. I can do that. Oh, I see. I'm having some resource problems, it seems. Can't tell if that's due to us starting the game and needing to load it for a minute. I was importing a lot of aluminum from all over the place.
And I need to build an actual infrastructure up here in Manchuria to start doing things. Because Manchuria is a hellscape. There's a barren, blasted heath.
Alright, let me think. Let me think. So, I was building just all over the Empire at this point. How many dockyards do I have? I disagree with past me's industrial layout, but this is fine. Britain is like totally full though. 1,000,000% full. I remember I kept having fuel problems, so I remember I started building refineries as well on top of everything else.
Mm-hmm.
I got so many decisions I can make. Let's just, all this government and exile stuff, let's just close that. Don't want to look at that. All these exile forces, let's just close all that. Don't want that. There's the Burma Road. I guess I could reopen the Burma Road for fucking American China.
Siam also never actually joined the Axis or the prosperity sphere, but they're just sitting there neutral, and I don't like that.
They should be. Well, listen, we're not Nazis, so we're gonna ignore them.
I know, but I just hate it because they have tendencies to just fucking declare war out of nowhere.
They only do that if Japan asks them. And Japan is not going to ask them. I mean, at worst, I think if Japan did ask them, they would join the Allies, so...
Well, I took Japan out back and shot them, so...
Alright, so how am I gonna... I have to... So I'm gonna tell everyone in the Far East to stop doing everything that they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
In favor of going to other places. Okay, so what were you doing? So you were in Malaya... So instead, I want you to go to Kuala Lumpur, and then from there, I want you to go here. And we have supply up here, so if I can get that division over there, it'll be fine. That's that one. And then I have this division, which doesn't need to be here anymore. You can pull back to Rangoon. I actually have a lot of troops in like, throughout the region. Like, a lot of troops.
I'm gonna ask China for manpower and see how much they give me.
Then you go to Calcutta. You go next to Rangoon as well. We have Montgomery leading forces of commandos outside here. I remember this. They were kind of stuck. I needed to figure out a way to deal with that. We have lots of troops in the Middle East.
Ready.
Let's see. Alright, let's delete all that. You guys can go over here, delete that order. So I can free up my Highland infantry.
Fall in. Yes, sir.
This armored division doesn't need to be here anymore. It can go over to Alexandria until I figure out what I want to do with it.
Fall in.
Airborne also doesn't need to be here. 2 infantry divisions dug in are just going to be perfectly fine. I can pull them over here and then figure out where to put them later. Mediterranean Sea. I'm creating a new theater. I'm calling it the Mediterranean Sea Theater. So I have these troops, which were garrisoned all over the area, it seems. Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
And Marines there. Those guys are reorganizing here. Reorganizing these guys. Gonna shift them to the Mediterranean theater
Fall
soon.
in.
I had reserve divisions. You here. What does the Navy look like? The Navy is thick. The Navy is very thick indeed. I don't need this. I don't need this Navy over here anymore. Over in the Pacific, I can put them over here instead.
I can start putting my navy around in other places too. Because Lord knows I do not need them over here.
Time for me to absolutely assert my dominance over the fucking Mediterranean.
You want me to send mine over there too?
Nah, I'll be fine. If I remember right, the Italian Navy and the Kriegsmarine got obliterated by me. Yeah, they got obliterated. It's just I just like pulled everything I had out of the Mediterranean to help out with the situation in the Pacific. That's over now, so the Royal Navy can now focus on other things.
I've got the Marine Corps.
Germany is importing shit through the Atlantic. I'm going to stop that. Alright, fighters. Everyone come back to Britain, because I don't know where any of you are. Let's see, how many of them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You
If
guys
you need
over
extra
here.
fighters to do things, I do have a lot of fighters that are not doing anything.
I absolutely, positively do not. I have 3,200 fighters.
I'm sure the Germans will also have a lot.
The Germans and I were having a fight to the death in the air over Palestine, and I was winning by huge margins. So, like, in the past 30 days over Palestine, I've lost 67 fighters, and the Germans have lost 671 fighters. So, things are going fantastic. I remember we were about to work on jet fighters soon. Alright, I have a supply problem, but I think that's going to be fine soon. Like a resource problem. I'm going to wait until the Imperial Federation stuff kicks in, and then I think that'll all solve itself. Alright, I think I'm going to hit play. I think we're good.
Yeah, it should be fine.
I
At
think...
point, I'm just kind of looking around and getting my men where they need to be.
I got my Navy up to a 1940 standard. Yeah, I'm gonna hit play. So the first thing that's gonna happen is we're gonna have Germany realigning to the new reality before them, and that the Great Eastern situation has been resolved.
Trying to send me 100,000 men for my garrisons.
Very nice of them. My garrison stuff's gonna be real high soon because I'm about to directly annex a lot of the world.
I'm sure it's gonna make me lag when it happens.
Hopefully it doesn't make you crash.
We shall see.
Ready, sir.
Get these Highlanders out of here. Oh, I love it. I love the Palestine theater. It's like the amount of fucking murder I'm doing to them in the air. My top-of-the-line Spitfires are pretty goddamn good, too.
I think I'm gonna start using the Marines to take over Kamchatka and Eastern Russia.
You're just gonna get yourself set up over there? Like, get yourself a position set up?
Mm-hmm. Ooh, first things first, I need to take the rest of the Kalen.
Oh yeah, that was right.
They're just gonna march right down.
I made really powerful casts out of, like, tactical bombers. I had the Mosquito. And it's
They
extremely
just fired a
powerful.
big cannon onto the ground.
It has 35 ground attack.
That is massive.
Uh-huh. It hits so good. Yeah, once I get my aluminum situation resolved, because I remember I'm importing a lot of aluminum. Once I got that solved, I was going to expand aircraft production and start doing a lot of strat bombing. But
I am also starting to make strat bombers.
Yeah, I'd like to.
But I don't have that many yet.
I'd like to shatter, specifically the Italians first, I think. And let me start improving relations with certain of my parts of my empire for reasons. When I hold the Imperial Conference, I'm probably gonna have like 600 and something political power, so I should be able to get all that shit good and going.
Mm-hmm. I think I was also about to make my men the Jingle Jangle men. Give them all of the medals. Because my Marines are very much needing medals. Gotta give them the Medal of Honor. Silver Star.
I think I was waiting for... There was some stuff I was wanting to get, I think. No, I already have Britannia Rules the Waves. So I think I could just... Yeah, I could just get these upgrades that I haven't been getting.
Rule Britannia and all.
Alright, so fucking strike force on this, 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 and this. All the shit they're doing where they've decided they want to poke their nose out, fucking thwack them rightly. I have radar cover over the bulk of Europe too.
Delicious.
So we can see. This is the calm before the storm.
Yes, sir.
I got so many medals to give out. Good thing I had like 700 political power.
All in.
Okay, I want you.
And I just discovered how to make jet planes.
I want you. I think I'm going to hold off on jet planes simply because I'm already dominating the air so severely, and they take so much aluminum, and I'm low on that. So, I think I'm going to hold off on that. Because my planes are already so superior.
That is fair. But I am America.
You are America and thus can afford whatever you want.
Mm-hmm.
God bless you.
Yes, sir.
God did shine down upon me, for I am the shining city on a hill.
Harold Alexander, your job is to make sure the Nazis don't break into the British Raj. It'd be rude of them to do that right before I annex them.
And he says, all right, then. Keep calm, carry on.
I just need to up my civilian factoryism by a lot. I mean, I have 164, but I would like 280. That'd be nice. So I can build whatever I want, wherever I want at all times. I can do it once the Federation happens. I know I can. I'm currently only getting 0.21 political power per day because I'm improving relations with Canada, South Africa, New Zealand, and Australia all at once.
Mm-hmm.
If I get them to 100... Oh, also the British Raj. If I get them all to 100, it makes the conference way easier. Conference also gives 120 points. Oh yeah, my the British intelligence service is insane, by the way. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 operatives.
Jesus.
I know what the enemy's doing at all times.
There's never any question. I imagine sometimes you tell what to do.
There is a thing in real life where sometimes British intelligence knew German lower officers' orders before the lower officers did. And I think we've gotten to that point.
That is pretty funny.
I want to
I
know...
will get the maintenance company because I need the easy maintenance to put onto my Patton tanks.
You're going to crazy tank.
I've got the stuff for it.
Where's, are you cool? Yeah, you're cool. Do that, and then, improve this further. Got some tech.
I now have the P-80 shooting star.
I was in the Korean War.
It's a big fancy one. It's gonna go out and own the skies.
I'm
I
importing...
got 50 factories making them.
I'm importing 72 aluminum from you alone. To have the...
Oh, so that's where it's all going.
Uh-huh. I'm importing a lot of aluminum from you. I'm also pulling as much aluminum as I can from my empire. Because I have to keep up with the Reich and Italy's aircraft production, so...
Well, I'm still on export focus, so you're fine, and I've still got another 100 left.
You have no reason ever to not be on export focus in a million billion years. Sinful, really, concept of that.
There are battles going on, and I don't even see who's fighting.
I think there's some
Over here in
residuals of the
Mongolia.
Chinese United Front that the Germans are trying their best to do something about, but the resource situation is so bad over there that they're just throwing rocks at each other back and forth.
Yeah, that's why I just have men sitting over there and not actually attempting to attack.
Yeah, just create a defensive line, really. If you can find a good defensive line, just hold there and then let the Germans waste a whole bunch of men there. The Germans will run out of manpower before we do. Between me and the Imperial Federation and you and controlling China and being America, it's like the Axis, they don't have enough men for this war. The Italians are on service by requirement and have only 1 million men. The Germans have 6 million men in reserve, but that's with all adult serve. So there's that.
Ooh.
Germany has...
they lost Vladivostok before I could even do a naval invasion to take it.
Germany has about 700 divisions or so. You got a lot of divisions over here you have encircled by Vladivostok.
I sure do.
Surrounded by Americans and Raj and fucking Manchu Republic people, and it's just such a rainbow flag of countries.
There's Turks over here too.
What's left of the Turks. Soon the conference will be held.
Attention.
The British
A
Empire
real
will
rainbow color.
the Empire will finally decide that it's going to truly just rule the world now. No more of this pretending. It's like we're gonna fully just say, okay, we rule the world now. And everyone was cool with it.
You just stamp down and you say "Rule Britannia,"
Yes,
and
sir.
everyone's like, "Oh, okay, rule Britannia."
Yes, sir.
As is the way.
I see some Australian troops here who literally have, or these are Indian troops, and they literally have like a gun between all of them.
What's happening here? What's happening here? What's happening here? What's happening here? Why are all of you moving?
I don't know. What is that?
I have a whole bunch of divisions
Ready.
that I have like garrisoning, and I tell them stop it, and they want to move places, and I don't know why.
Hmm.
Why are people thinking about moving places?
Attention.
We might end up with a situation where I'm literally building the Trans-Siberian Railroad and using my engineering capacity to encircle all of these German divisions.
Attention.
Fun.
Attention.
I'm micromanaging all the garrisons I have and
All in.
throughout the Mediterranean. They all just had a wacky spasm and decided they wanted to walk around and leave their posts.
Ready.
Alright, are you done with that? Okay, yeah, they're
Interesting.
done with that. They're done with that now.
All in.
It was scary. I didn't like it.
Ready, sir.
It's like almost every division just got up and was like, I'm gonna go somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
Ready.
Didn't care for that.
Ready, sir. Attention.
Once I hold the Imperial Conference, the next thing I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to get the autonomy of all my dominions down so that I can actually form the Federation. It's gonna be the next thing I'm gonna have to do. Let's start getting that military police research going real good, because there's gonna be a lot of places I'm gonna be occupying soon. Let's actually have fucking proper cavalry, like, garrison people as well. I haven't really done that. It's gonna become very relevant soon. Whoop, no, no, no. Don't do that. Cavalry, 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 cavalry. Cavalry, 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 cavalry. Save.
Yes, sir.
And then I want you
Yes, sir.
to join the airborne.
Attention. All in.
I have like almost 200 divisions just around the Mediterranean right now.
Attention.
Have you decided Mare Nostrum?
I have decided how I'm gonna handle Italy. I have plans.
Are you doing an Operation Torch?
Well, Africa's in our hands, but I think I'm gonna try my best. Oh God! You zoom in on Italy and you see just how thick it's defended. I think I'm gonna try to smash through Napoli
Mm-hmm.
because they have a lot of mountains there that I think I can drop a bunch of paratroopers into.
Mm-hmm. Are you going to terror bomb them first?
There you go. The last time I tried to deal with them, I did not have my super scary fucking, my super scary medium bombers that I have now.
Mm-hmm.
So I look forward to using those bad boys.
I'm going to deploy some fighters to help you out over Italy.
You don't need to do that. In fact, if you do, they're just going to get in the way. I'm currently shifting literally like 900 to the area. You super don't got to do that.
Fine.
I know you have a big, beautiful Air Force. I have like 4,000 fighters. I just had to reorganize them and figure out how many I had, because I also had like another 1,500 in the Pacific Theater.
I'm just so full of guns and stuff.
Well, hey, fucking deploy the Air Force over fucking Britain and start bombing Germany. That is perfectly within your rights and ability to do.
I think I will do that, because I have like 3,000 planes in reserve.
I think the Nazis and the Italians are out of planes. Yeah, they're out. They both have under 1,000 fighters.
That is hilarious.
What forces they have left, they're trying to fight for air dominance over Italy, but in the past month, I've lost 64 fighters and they've lost 266. So once again, it's like the only benefit they have in Italy is that the actual peninsula is so large, it's difficult to get good mission efficiency over it. I'm going to hold the conference. We're all going to make decisions about things.
Conference time. I deploy 1,000 fighters to go and fight over the Benelux.
Oh, I made an oopsie.
Oh, what oopsie.
I forgot to get the Indian autonomy before the conference. Well, it's not that I forgot to get that, it's like I didn't do that yet in the million years ago that we played this, and I didn't do that now because I didn't see it.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to say no to everything. Which means that they're going to end up becoming independent. Because it's going to come to a thing to where it's like, we can either not form the Federation at all, or, and not include India. India will say no to everything. If without that focus on. And the Imperial Conference, very lovingly, is 60 days, which means it's impossible to do it retroactively, so I fucked it. I just royally fucked it, because I didn't see it, because we last played this like fucking 2 weeks ago. Man, I'm sure last session too, I was thinking, it's like, oh yeah, I'll go there, I'll get autonomy, and then I'll get to that, and it was going to be great. But I forgot, and I didn't notice until I just pressed the button. I'm going to have to give up India. Yeah, I'm going to have to give up India. Horrible. Fucking horrible. God damn it. It's fine, it's only 500 million manpower, that's all. God damn it.
It'll be fine.
It, like, literally is the worst thing. Because that means I'm also going to lose Burma and Pakistan. I want the Nazis to win. All because I just didn't see it. I'm certain last session I would have said, it's like, oh, I'll get that, and I just assumed I already did. Maybe it's fine. Do they have Lord Halifax as their leader? They have Lord Lilithgow. It's probably not fine. I doubt it's fine. Fucking royally fucked it. Now my empire's gonna be shit. I'm getting a whole bunch of more fucking national spirits going on. I have factory defense agreements, so I have a factory output and the dockyard output of 15% for the next year. Things like that. I hate India.
The Germans are fighting in Siberia in the winter. It's not going well for them. Especially since I own all of the supply lines. I'm on the board when it comes to kill Germans now.
How many Germans have I blapped? 1 million.
Mm-hmm.
I've killed 1.5 million Italians.
Mm.
The war has been long.
America is here.
The British Wise rejects. How no, I'm so shocked. I'm so shocked. Scum trash.
And they say, we want independence.
Go. I've thrown India out.
We didn't like it when you tied us to cannons and used it to execute us.
They could have been glorious. They've decided not to be. I can invite them into allies, which I will do.
Hindustan is now its independent country.
I hate them. Now, it's all a question of getting people's autonomy down. So let me build a bunch of infrastructure in these places, in these various countries. It is annoying that you own Newfoundland.
Do you want it?
Absolutely. Unfortunately, what's going to happen, even if you gave it to me, it's going to be fucking an occupied territory. If it was given to Canada, and then I was able to do this, then it'd be a core. It's been all fucked. Everything is wrong.
So do you not want me to give it to Canada?
I don't even think you can give it to Canada. I'm
Yeah,
gonna give... You should give
Or
it to
no,
Canada
it doesn't
then.
show
I was
up on
about to
there.
say. It's like I gave Labrador back to Canada because they're gonna go from an occupied territory to a core soon for me.
Oh, I can't give it to anybody.
Mm-hmm,
Weird.
it's yours.
Why? I didn't want
Grubby
it.
little bastard.
I didn't want it. They even have local autonomy. I don't even do anything with them. I just tell them don't burn the house down.
I'm doing a massive empire-wide building projects now to try to get the empire to be cool. Well, the Netherlands is about to get a lot because they just got cores on all of Indonesia. So they got...
Does that mean they're going to actually happen? Oh, yeah, it does.
It means that they're going to have all the manpower in the world. They're going to be able to zhuzh up, like, unlimited amounts of men. Just further that point I was making about how us allies are going to... We have unlimited men and the Axis don't.
Mm-hmm.
Ready, sir.
The Mediterranean is a goddamn hornet's nest of planes just everywhere.
Yes, sir.
And they're throwing their men away to die in Siberia.
Yes, sir.
Which is fantastic.
Yes, sir.
I keep getting these encirclements of like 6 to 8 troops. Or 6 to 8 divisions, and just... They can't really stop me.
Attention.
I imagine India is about to shard itself and come up with Bangladesh and Pakistan.
And other things to fuck up with our goddamn lines.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
The Russians couldn't handle being the Eastern Front, and so America will be.
Ready.
The AI has the goofy brain.
Ready.
Guess while we're at it, we'll go ahead and ban communism.
Now that we don't have to pretend we like them.
Mm-hmm.
You can have that.
I'm gonna start decrypting Spain, because I don't trust them.
They are untrustworthy.
Can we kill this pocket, guys, please? They're just sitting here. Put them out of their misery. You have artillery and shit.
Oh yeah, I'm eating away at the autonomy of these countries quick.
Bum bum ba bum ba bum bum ba bum ba bum ba bum 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 ba bum ba bum ba bum. Oh, the Axis decided to put a bunch of planes up in the English Channel.
They do that every now and then.
I will deal with that then.
I constantly have flyovers over the English Channel, so it's not. It'll resolve itself.
Well, I was losing planes going over toward the Benelux, and I had to see why. And then, of course, once I moved my planes, they're like, "No, thank you."
I always have about 600 planes patrolling the English Channel, and the Luftwaffe comes and goes. Sometimes they throw 1,000 planes in there, sometimes they leave.
They were being annoying. Little pesky bee.
All in. Move out.
How many strat bombers do I have yet?
Attention!
Still only 50. Take some factories off of fighter production since I don't anticipate the Axis being able to bounce back after what we've done to them.
Yeah. Still contesting Palestine? Yes, they are.
I got some spy planes over the area. I don't know if that counts for you, but
That was another thing I was gonna do. I was gonna build massive air bases in Corsica and Sardinia.
use it to bomb the shit out of Italy.
Mm-hmm. Give us as much air power as we could possibly want over their country.
Attention! Ready!
Can always use rockets too.
Ready! Fall in!
Die, please.
Ready, sir!
I have put you in a pocket. I would appreciate it if you died, please.
Ready, sir! Fall in!
In about 40 more days, I'm gonna attempt another crack at Old Italy. There's too many fucking goddamn Commonwealth air forces in Malta that keep sometimes shooting the base up to like 2,500 fighters for some reason because they're idiot.
I just really want to get in there.
Jordan and Palestina. Oh, Italy's justifying against me. Oh no. Whatever will I
Just
do?
about to do that.
They're going to war with Free France, which I assumed they already were. Fighters from, like, Wales can fly over Paris, which is lovely.
They got all the range in the world.
Mussolini's probably gonna get thrown out of power before too long as well. So we have that to look forward to.
Surprised he hasn't yet, because he held on to Sicily for a while.
He's had Sardinia taken from him for a long, long time too.
Hmm.
I don't care about any of this. Do this. Will I do that? Manage subjects.
Oh, that's something you guys can do. How about you guys do some naval invasions in Kamchatka so I don't have to fucking literally run through Siberia to get to it?
Mm-hmm.
Ready, sir!
Advanced artillery. I fucking sink German destroyers even when they go through the channel. It's like from air raids. Let's see, got that going. Let's get this going. Put those in here. Oh, me and you. Na 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 na. Da da dun dun dun. Da dun 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 dun. Man, South Africa, what the hell were you doing? They contributed so much towards like war score, and they must have some independent stuff going on inside their like little tree.
We can't have them being independent.
I have multiple tickers on them for them that'll make them drop their autonomy, and their autonomy is still pretty high. And their autonomy was significantly higher than any other of my subjects. I gotta get them all the way down to integrated puppet. Which is gonna take a hot minute. Yeah, not only is it gonna take a hot minute, but I don't have India anymore. It makes me so depressed.
It's a dog day for the Empire.
I hate that I don't have India. I hate it so much. Every time I look over here, it just makes me fucking furious. What a shitty little country.
Dog day indeed. It is shitty. It's always on the verge of famine.
Yeah, the Dutch are not gonna have a problem with manpower. They have cores over all the like Indonesia, and they have well, they don't have cores yet, but they will soon. But they have scraping the barrel on because their situation they were in. They have changed it to extensive conscription as no, they haven't. That's me. But they have it on scraping the barrel. They have a thing somewhere here where they turn all of this into cores.
Well, good. Maybe they won't be useless.
They might have changed it because it seems that instead of them turning into cores, they instead get a thing where they get a plus 25% non-core manpower bonus in like Indonesia. They get that plus a
I guess
flat,
it works.
yeah, plus a flat 2%. Them having cores over all this was pretty OP. So, because I mean, Java alone
There's
has
a lot of
48.
people that live there and a lot of resources. So,
Java
yeah.
alone is 48 million people.
Mhm.
It's like if you have all of Indonesia here, they'd have a core population of like 50 or 60 million. They'd have a core population from there larger than what Britain's originally is.
I'm pretty sure Jakarta is one of the most population dense cities in the world.
Yeah.
Brazil, I guess. I guess we can do some technology training. Sure. Just don't go to war with the people around you, or I'm gonna have to step in.
Don't make
And you
the
don't want me
Monroe
to have to
Doctrine get
step in.
enforced, okay? There's 2 factions left in the world, and it's time for the big arm wrestling competition over who gets to survive. All right, tomorrow's gonna be the start of the big one. Operation Let's Go Kill Mussolini.
Go get the big chin fuck. It is so full in Italy.
It's very full. The great thing is that, right, even if the naval invasions were to fail, I can just make more men. It's like whatever. It's like whatever even.
Looks like you might break through just north of Napoli, so maybe you can get Napoli and get some men in there. You gotta get them moving quick as you can before they start crashing down upon you.
I very annoyingly have only 65% air superiority over Italy, even though we have like 1,000 more fighters in the air than they do, and that's preventing me from doing airdrops.
Would you like me to send more fighters?
They won't get here in time. It wouldn't matter. Even if they did get here, it's like I have 1,000 more than they do,
Pushing them back, sir.
and it's still not giving me the air superiority needed.
Keep on attacking. All in.
You have taken Naples. Are there more men that you can start flooding in there?
They're coming. They're getting in the boats. Okay, they're getting in the boats. We have not unlocked teleportation. Okay.
Keep calm, carry on.
We don't have that technology. There we go. There's some paradrops.
Huzzah!
Yes, sir.
It's a bit of an absolute mess.
Move out. Yes, sir.
you can get that second port up there in Anzio, then you can probably hold out there for a while you get more men in there.
It's a bloody mess.
Attention!
I'm dropping more.
But your cast is doing way more than theirs.
I'm para-dropping a lot of men as well inside the area. I need to clean this front line. It is like really a nightmare. It's like so many different, like the paratroopers, they like to like each individually have their own
Yes, sir!
thing sometimes.
They do.
Okay, you guys hold here. All 21 of you bastards hold here.
Attention!
I say. They were being interesting over there.
Attention! Move out! Ready, sir! Fall in! Ready!
The British Royal Marines defeating the Italians. Who'd have imagined? The Germans really do just have guys all over the fucking place here. They even have guys out in Kamchatka.
Pushing them back, sir! Move out! Move out!
Ba-da-da-ba.
This is so many, like,
Keep on attacking!
there's so many men here. It's nuts.
Fall in!
And they're all so angry.
There are just so many divisions here.
Ready, sir! Move out! Ready, sir!
And I paradrop and I get their organization down real low and it just doesn't matter.
Yes, sir!
There's just so many of them that they could just take it. Even with my fucking absolute insane fucking cast and everything I'm throwing at them, and I still can't break through some of these lines. There's just so many. There's a little hill in Campania I need to take, and they just won't let me have it for nothing. Italian casualties have
Yeah, that was not
skyrocketed since
real
this
good.
landing, by the way. They've lost like another like 100,000 men since I landed.
Keep on
That's a big oof on their part.
Mm-hmm. Reinforcements have arrived.
ready!
Some
We've
mountaineer
done our
divisions.
Siberian landings.
Oof, the strength rating of some of these units the Italians have down here is, like, abysmal. Like, there's a tank division down here attacking. It's got 36% strength.
Ready.
Ooh.
It's because the air power. My air power is doing damage to the actual divisions themselves on top of the organization damage they're doing. Let's drastically increase my air power, by the way, because I have a whole bunch more mosquito bombers back home that just got finished, like, training.
Nice.
You're not in this one. You're over here. There we go. So let's drastically increase my my CAS.
All in.
Once they get their organization up. Luckily, Napoli is a level 8 fucking port, by the way.
Yeah, it's really good. It's actually the best port they have.
Hanson.
Really good for supplying naval invasion.
Move out.
I got proper mountaineer divisions in Italy now, by the way, so that's going to help significantly.
All in.
And I just have to continue building railroads all through Siberia just for my men to be able to eat. So they don't start cannibalizing each other.
Italy's lost about 200,000 men since the landings began.
Germany, Siberia cannot be this important to you. Why do you have so many men over here?
At this rate, they will just run out. Like, across all of these fronts, all the axes are going to run out. They can't maintain these sort of, like, losses everywhere.
They sure can't. I've killed almost 500,000 men just in this session.
I've killed almost 200,000 Italians since I landed here, like, fucking 3 weeks ago. One of the big things they have to overcome is that my divisions, they're all special forces here, so all of them have like 70, 80 organization, which means that they have to shoot at them for a long time. And while they're doing that, I'm doing constant air raids on them.
Mm-hmm.
They need those battles to be short, and they're not gonna be.
And the naval bombardments don't hurt. They attack you and you just fire your ship's cannons and destroy them from the fucking ocean.
I just see the fucking, the strength rating of, like, their tank divisions and stuff like that. Like, and you can physically see the bar going down as the battle is progressing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm making over 190 oil out of Kuwait now, by the way. At the start of the game, Kuwait doesn't produce oil, but as time has gone on...
It's not bad. And that's coming from America.
It's like it's something I desperately needed. It's like there was a while, I remember earlier in the game I was having some severe oil shortages frequently.
Mm-hmm.
All in. Move out.
takes so fucking long to get anywhere. Fucking hate Siberia.
300,000. Well, then we could just pop some of these divisions, which I super could if I can move out of these trenches I'm stuck in. There we go. I'm starting to fix my aluminum situation. Some of the Empire was holding out on me.
Did you have to tell them to work harder, not smarter?
Get cover.
Their infrastructure is trash, so the fact that I've been increasing the infrastructure.
Move out.
The fact that I'm increasing infrastructure with to get their autonomy down is helping. If I could take this hill, I don't have to worry about Napoli itself potentially falling. Which, I might be able to take this hill, because every division they have here is at like half strength. There are so many Axis forces here. Italians, Germans, Romanians, Bulgarians. We may have done it. We may have taken this hill. Then we just have to go hill by hill. Now, if I could take something like Foggia or something like that, Foggia, then I could potentially start cutting divisions off.
Yes, sir.
I mean, depending on where you attack it from, there is a river if you attack it from the south. So.
Okay, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take you, this army. I'm going to move it to here, to Messina, so that'll free up 12 more mountain divisions that I can then put over here. And then I can make these units I have in the area a little thicker.
Ready, sir.
So I just need a little bit more men over here, which means I need to transfer this division over. What I need to do is get enough men here where that I can pull the Marines out and then do another naval landing, like Rome or something like that.
Yes, sir.
They've lost 500,000 men since I landed. Because the Italians just keep attacking. They don't stop attacking. They're like, their fanaticism is off the charts. And we're able to overcome their gargantuan, like, core bonuses by the fact that we have just so much air power.
Mm-hmm.
I think we need more air power. Let me put some more here to increase the cast. Some of these battles, like literally 201 organization damage, 128 fucking like unit damage from gas in one battle. And that's not
All because they can't compete in the air.
that's not rare. That's like how every battle down there's going. Okay, so these guys are here, which means I can take you. Time for me to get more reinforcements into the area because I have men to spare. I was fighting they have way more units in the region than I do. It's time for me to start shifting that. What I need to do is I need to start getting mountain divisions down here in the south so I can try to block off some of the southern part.
Move out.
You guys go here instead of doing that. And I want you guys to go here with the goal of taking this.
Alright. I'm sending my heavy bomber squadrons over toward your direction.
Focus all your bomber power on bombing the civilian and military factories in Germany. Specifically in the core German parts, you know, like Berlin and Stuttgart and Frankfurt and all that.
I can do that.
They're taking catastrophic losses, especially amongst their tanks and stuff like that. If their factories start getting bombed, then they won't be able to get the organization back up. I mean, not the organization, but they won't be able to, you know, get their strength back up to do these repeated counterattacks they're doing on me.
Mm-hmm.
Move out.
They are pretty non-stop, and they are not getting through.
They're not getting through. There are some weak points in the north there. I'm trying to get reinforcements set up.
Move out.
But the problem is that I can't launch my own attacks as they're attacking so often.
Ready. Pushing the back, sir.
God damn, here comes another wave. I had troops trying to get over to that position north of Napoli that's getting weak, but in the time it took them to try to get halfway over there, they launched another offensive. They just keep attacking. They order the attack and their divisions have half strength and like no organization and they attack anyway.
Move out.
They're doing their best.
We took the hill in the south that I was wanting to take. If that position northeast of Napoli stops being attacked for literally 1 second, then I'll be able to... I have a division over there trying to get in the place for it to block them.
All in.
It just takes me so fucking long to get anywhere over here.
I've creeped up beyond 2 million Italian kills.
Very nice.
At least
I'm almost #2 when it comes to German kills.
Italy has 344 divisions. And they're all right here. Yeah, I have 12 mountain divisions in the north there, and I want 6 of them on one tile and 6 on the other, but I can't get them to move because of how frequent the assaults are.
Mm-hmm.
Surely they'll run out eventually. I'm gonna start having you guys do supply drops as well. I'm gonna start doing supply drops because I'm noticing some of my men are getting low on supply, and I'm not gonna tolerate that. So we're literally just gonna we're gonna have 7 fucking transport squadrons just start dropping supplies on this little pocket we have here to make sure that we don't start getting negatives and then they end up managing to break through.
All in.
I am bombing the shit out of the Western Germany region.
If you can get like 3 or 4 squadrons of doomsday bombers on each one of those regions, that'd be great. And if you can get them to just do the strat focus on the factories, you know, be great.
Yeah, I've got 4 of them in West Germany. I just need to make more.
As I decrease the autonomy of the empire, actually, I should do suppress subjects. What am I doing? As I decrease the autonomy of the empire, I'm able to squeeze more resources out of them. And that's getting my aluminum to a position more that I want it to be.
I almost have control over the entire coastline of Kamchatka. But they just keep throwing people in my way. And it's very annoying because it takes me like a goddamn month to get from tile to tile out here.
Yes, sir.
How much death is going to happen here before Mussolini gets overthrown?
Move out. Pushing them back, sir.
I have a good division where I have some mountaineers in the north, mountaineers in the south. I have the Marines focusing in the north. I have the airborne on the south. I have no standard troops in Italy right now. They're all special forces.
Ready, sir.
And they will survive until the end of the fucking world.
Oh, no, 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 no. I don't want this. I don't want this. I don't want this. I don't do those. I don't do those. I almost started researching a carrier. It's like, I don't even do those. Well, it's nice being in Italy. I was a little concerned that I was never going to be able to get around to getting here.
Pushing them back, sir.
Fortunately, you did make it. And now the fun begins. As you can just kind of throw a rock and you'll hit 3 Italians.
Just generating kills. Oh, we're getting there. We're getting there. The Italian manpower's starting to fall. I have enough intel on them. I can see specifics. They're down to 647,000 men. They're losing about 2,000 or 3,000 men a day. They'll eventually run out.
Are they still on service by requirement?
They're on service by requirement. So they're going to go up, and then their industry's going to be gone, and then it's all going to be up to the German industry, which is on all adult serves. So, and you're going to be bombing them.
I am currently bombing them.
I'm doing a lot of like actual division damage to them. Ooh, they might break through to the north entirely because I cannot get these 6 divisions to get across the other side. I have 6 Mountaineer divisions that I cannot get out of one battle and go into the other because they just will not stop attacking.
That's no good.
They will not stop attacking. There is not a day that passes where they are not attacking.
They're doing World War I tactics at you.
Ready.
It's atrocious. Like, let me look at the fucking casualty reports. Here's a battle, right? Outside in Campania, outside of Napoli. I lost 613 men. The Axis forces lost 8,000. The day before that, I lost 513 men. The Axis forces lost 9,500. The day before that, in Campania, in the south this time, 518 men lost in my end. 4,900 for the Axis. Another battle in Campania, I lost 800. They lost 16,000. This is not even with encirclements. They're using World War I tactics.
They're literally just human waving at you.
They are. And it's making their country get ouched. There's a lot of Germans down here, too. I've killed 200,000 Germans in Napoli. So there seems to be a 50-50 mix between Germans and Italians down here. I need to turn my air conditioner off. I have my... It's actually nice in town right now. I use Carl to turn my air conditioner off, by the way, because it's just long enough to reach the power button. I hit the... Carl's a replica Car 98K that I have.
He serves you well.
Its little aiming sight just happens to be perfectly spaced to be able to turn the button on my air conditioner off. Manage subjects. You're now a puppet. I still haven't gotten South Africa out of being a Dominion because they had so much fucking stuff built up. It's kind of crazy. They're causing some of my divisions to fall back entirely because they attack them so frequently that they don't have time to, like, replenish their organization from the previous attack. The only reason... And I have a battle down here. 971 organization damage, 658, regiment damage from Cass. That's how some of these battles are going.
Which is horrific.
It's madness. It's madness. Also, we're winning the war over the skies still. I want more fucking, more of these mosquito bombers, but they're hard to build. I can build more Typhoons, though. I have loads of those in the background. And they actually have decent range to them as well. There's actually an airbase inside the region I have occupied. But it's under so much attack I couldn't possibly consider upgrading it. I would like to max it out, because that would just be another airbase that we can use. Ireland wants to join the Allies. Is this bad?
Okay.
Would that be bad? They're within my naval cover, so I don't have to worry about them getting invaded. I will allow this.
I don't see why it would be.
I find it interesting they've decided that they want to join. But yeah, Ireland, you can be correct. Time for you to be correct.
Welcome to the Cool Kids Club.
1,200 organization damage in this battle over here. Yeah, so I should explain to you my commenting friend. America is in the war. Willie over there is playing as America. This is what America's doing. I should point out, so I would love to take Bari and get a nice little pocket. We have the Axis on max difficulty. And one of the things that does is they have like a 30 or 40% defense and attack bonus on core territory. So that ain't happening. I landed in Napoli. I landed in Napoli about a month and a half ago. And like 300 or 400,000 Italians have died in this human wave World War I sort of thing they're doing here. I'm gonna let them bleed themselves out because when I landed, they had over 1 million men in reserve, and now they don't. So, you know, the Royal Air Force is gonna fix it. They can't withstand this bullshit they're doing forever. And if I did see some of my lines getting a little weak, I do have a whole bunch of regular infantrymen in reserve that I can throw in there.
Yeah, and they're losing about 10,000 infantry equipment per day.
Like you could see on these counts, like in another battle in Campania, I lost 1,700 men. They lost 32,000. Another battle in Campania, I lost 500. They lost 8,000. Another battle in Campania, the big one, I lost 13,000. They lost 153,000. No encirclements happened there. That was just from the normal battle. They lost 153,000 men.
Yeah, I see their units just going down to like fucking what percent strength would this be? Like 10% strength?
Yeah, like they can't. I'm just gonna. Why not? Why not decrypt Ethiopia? So yeah, it's attritional. It's attritional warfare. I screwed up the Imperial Federation in India is free, which is something that I keep thinking about, and it does make me really depressed. But yeah, with the Axis and all that all on hard, we had just defeated Japan. We had a Japan priority. Like, we decided to deal with them first, and we got them to surrender at the fall of 1945. So
We did it.
we did do it.
I only jumped into this game in 1941, though.
Yeah, I started off in the beginning alone, and that was no good. That was no good. I did not like being alone. It was the darkest hour. It's World War I, but with World War II technology, which is horrific. Is horrific. The ability to get on your radio and call in an airstrike, but it's World War I as well. It's crazy. Keep getting these military police because I'm going to be occupying a lot of territory. When is Mussolini going to get overthrown? Surely the Fascist Council can't be happy with these casualty numbers.
One would think.
So the Italians have lost 1 million men since I landed here. Like I landed in like early April, I think, and here it is like mid-July. And the Italians have lost like 1 million men down here. It is paved in Italian bodies, man. We have gotten to the point in the war where, like, Germany has, like, 700 divisions and stuff, or something like that, and, like, over 300 military factories. And so we have gotten to the cruel calculus of war, in that they physically are not going to have as many men as we are. It's just not going to happen. With me being Britain and doing the Imperial Federation stuff, and with the United States being the United States, they're just not going to have enough men to continue the war forever, whereas we can.
Yeah, I haven't even gone. I'm still on extensive conscription.
Yeah, I'm on extensive conscription as well.
4 million men.
And I got 3 million men in, well, 2.5 million men in reserve. I also I went to fucking mobile warfare so I can get the extra recruitable population, because it's very tasty indeed.
AI went down the shock and awe tree, but I might actually switch it over to air-land battle.
I mean, if you have like 500 army experience kicking around, there's no reason not to change it to whatever you want.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the shock and awe does a lot more stuff for the artillery.
Oh yeah, it was like you liked the one that had the line batteries, whereas I preferred the one with the. Oh yeah, they went. That's the one. I think the shock and awe is the one I normally go down on here. Yeah, shock and awe. I don't typically do air-land battle at all.
It's the one that I usually do, but if I do air-land battle, I can utilize my massive air force a lot more, because it gives like the extra plus 15% air superiority, and it makes your tanks better. And I am currently making a bunch of patent tank divisions.
I don't know, shock and awe gives a lot of soft attack to all your infantry.
It does, don't get me wrong. I'm using it to great effect right now.
I think like 15% shock soft attack with all your infantry divisions coming from shock and awe. Oh, that's because we have them on as hard as we can. So another effect that happens by having them at max buff is they have a supply consumption reduction rating of something like 50%. So the reason that this is all blue, for example, is that Japan totally annihilated China. And the reason why is that The only thing that stops Japan from defeating China is that there's no supplies. But, you know, if they ignore like 50% of all their supply consumption, then who cares? They'll just walk in and take everything. So, if you have a division with a logistics company and you're fully like buffed out, then you're going to have like an 80% supply consumption reduction, and you could just be standing in the middle of the desert and being fine. If one of the cheating like high buffed like forces here are ever without supply, that means that there is literally none. So it is hell. It is hell. That's also why the Middle East is the way it is. They came down and ate Turkey, and then they were able to just walk through the desert without caring about anything until we could set up an actual defensive line. Any position that you would normally win through withholding supply from the enemy is not a tactic we can realistically use here because of the buffs they have.
Because they cheat.
Because their buffs we gave them are enormous. Because you can only win the game so many times, so why not just keep buffing the enemy until it's a nightmare? I can't believe it. A full day has gone by without an attack.
Holy shit.
That is the first time in months.
Started to recover.
Oh, it's happened. Italy's went to scraping the barrel. Time for their industry to
Their
start
economy
going.
will not be able to handle it.
Could I attack?
Yes,
Is
sir.
that gonna be possible?
You could try to push out toward Bari. Like, take the position to the north and south.
There's a little spot in Campania, and I want to try to take it, because if I can take that, then I could have my mountaineers try to march south. And then I have another 24. I can then go down to Calabria, Reggio Calabria.
Mm-hmm.
That's another thing we did. We have nukes turned off. So if there's a big cluster of troops, we can't just nuke them away to make it truly horrible. And the nukes are off for everybody, not just us, for them too. Just because I don't need that in my life. I don't need a max cheating enemy to also be nuking me. That sounds like the worst thing. Although we do have total air superiority at this point. Oh. Yeah, Italy hasn't attacked me in a couple days now. It's like...
What are they planning?
Oh, now there it is. I think they just literally ran out of stuff, and they needed time to try to get stuff back in.
Well, they're actually doing some. Well, they were doing a little bit.
Yeah, when it says
against the,
you can't trust it when it says that there's red blips, because every second the battle continues on, my air power just fucking obliterates them.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of which,
Yeah, you're doing. In this battle over the airfield, you've done 109 damage with your cast.
there was a couple of battles on here where it was almost getting up to 2,000. Some of them, I'm actually adding like 400 or 500 more cast planes as we speak to the combat, just make it even worse.
Wondrous.
Ready. Move out.
Oh my god, do I dare?
Move out.
Do I dare launch my own attack? It seems to be mostly held by Bulgarians. I might be able to break through here. It's only a matter of time before the Italians start having en masse strength decreases of all their divisions. It's only a matter of time before that happens.
I mean, it's already starting to happen. Because a lot of these divisions do not have the amount of organization.
The amount of organization they lose per day when I'm attacking them is amazing. Denmark's done their funny thing. Oh, wow, that just gave me political power. Very nice. I'll immediately use that. I'm going to pause it real quick because I'm not looking at the Italian front, which tells me a disaster will happen.
Mm-hmm.
I need to train more divisions real quick. Some more armor divisions. I think I have only like one actual armored core. I'm not using it at the moment because they had at least terrible terrain for them, but... Some of these, like, divisions, right, in the battle, they lose organization in, like, groups of, like, 9 or 10 from their bombings.
Which I find hilarious.
You guys are going to withdraw from here. Instead, you're going to go down here. Because I see victory in sight. We just had to deal with the initial waves. And now that we've shaved millions of men off of our foe, we will be able to slowly creep and take. There you go. There you go. There you go. You guys focus on down here.
Taking cover.
And you guys can focus on that.
We have officially taken the entirety of the west coast of Russia.
We might be about to get a lot of enemy casualties going here, because I'm going to start actually encircling them now. Oh, yep, they see the writing on the wall. They're trying to evacuate out of Calabria. That means they're going directly into my torpedoes as well.
I gave Greenland back to fucking Denmark.
They do demand it whenever they get their thing.
Which is annoying. It's not like they can do anything with it. We're gonna fucking die.
You have so much, okay? You have so much, it's fine. It's not like my pain with
but
India,
it gives me
okay?
a special buff. It gives me a special
It gives you
buff.
the Greenland patrol, it does do that. Oh my god, I'm pushing them back. Oh my god, the Italians have supply problems.
Oh. Oh, that's not good.
Victory is at hand! Victory is at hand!
You're squeezing them.
Squeeze the piss out of them! Just British men marching towards Reggio Calabria saying, Brexit! Brexit! Brexit!
Brexit mean Brexit.
I've killed about 1.4 million Italians since I got here. They could potentially break through at one point I took, but I might be able to cut off all of this shit down here before they can actually do anything about it. I am sinking so many convoys that they're trying to, like, escape at. It's amazing.
They're trying so hard to get out.
I think the Italian Navy came out to try to slow me down, and then the Royal Navy came out, and now that's fixed.
Ooh. There's a nice little naval battle that you won in an instant. It's 5 battleships you just immediately sank.
Yeah, the Italian Navy came out and said, "Could you stop?" And I said, "No." I said, "I cannot stop. Can't, won't."
In the meantime, I just have to keep marching through Siberia.
We're getting some severe supply problems, though, down here. They have supply problems, too. There we go. They're not in the attack anymore.
Under fire.
I got a neighbor with a dog, and I could just hear it going crazy. I love animals deeply, but I do wish a car would come by and hit that goddamn dog.
Woof, woof, woof.
My neighbor likes to let him just run about, and it's the worst thing.
Terrorizing the neighborhood cats.
Yes, I don't like it. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And they look like they might break through down here. Maybe. They might be able to just, with the skin of their teeth, break through down here. Unless I can get these divisions in there to stop that.
Move out!
No, it might be fine.
Move out!
Keep going. I'm about to start cracking divisions. The casualties are about to soar. I've lost about 250,000
helmets
men,
will
by the
pop.
way, since I landed in Italy. I too have taken tremendous casualties. About a
But
quarter.
they have lost many, many more.
Oh yeah, like an order of magnitude. Now it's just a question of
Why
them
is
getting popped.
Mussolini still here?
I don't know. It's just a question of the getting popped. Now, oh, 5 more battleships sunk. Just get that out of the way.
I'm surprised they even have all these battleships left.
They lost all of their screen ships and everything early on in the war. I fucking gave them a good thwacking early on. But their battleships, they kept retreating into the ground. I might lose this section. They're like, they really don't want me. They don't like what I'm doing. There we go.
Well, your air power is helping. And reinforcements arrived, so you're good.
Yeah, the other allies are arriving and everything now. Although supplies are kind of still here. I'm still like airlifting like hundreds of planes to keep the supply going, and I'm still barely keeping it going.
Got another wing of Strat bombers to start using on Germany again.
And the moment that they decide to leave Reggio Calabria, like by the sea, I have so many submarines patrolling the Mediterranean, they instantly get caught. It is a horrible trap that they are here. I can't wait to see how many casualties this is at the end of the day, like once they all pop. Let's see, old Mussolini. He's on Scraping the Barrel, which I love. I love greatly. I love it whenever my enemies just fucking run out. I guess I'll get modern airframes, although I don't even know if I'm going to build them, because I want to build strat bombers, but my aluminum supply is a little, It's a little, I don't like giving up so many civilian factories. I think I'm giving up like 15 or 20 civilian factories just to keep up the aluminum supply. This division has an organization of 109, this Italian colonial division. It probably has all infantry in it, and that plus all their buff stuff, you know. 109. Alright, that was 176,000 men at Reggio Calabria that we just pocketed and destroyed. Alright, let's get another pocket going, because I'm going to try to cut off Bari now, which I can definitely do from here, absolutely.
Let them have it!
Get up there. Control B. To hit my hotkeys, I have to reach around my mic. Okay, so once we get Bari and all that, the supply problems were gonna be gone. This all special forces fucking attack was pretty effective, I think.
I would say so.
The logic I was using was that I wanted to approach our liberation of Europe. It's not going to be like the real liberation of Europe, right? Where you come in and it's all triumphant. I think I want to approach it methodically, like a siege. Like stage by stage, you know? Because there's not going to be none of this. We land and it's like, yay! And we scream across. That's not going to happen.
So are you going to set up a defensive line down here in southern Italy once you take like the other half?
I might be able to fully do Italy because a lot of these divisions I'm noticing that Italy has now, they're at like 75, 50%. They're down to 89% supply for their army total. They have manpower, but that's only because they basically turned their industry off. I mean, they only have 99 factories, and now they're dealing with, you know, a 40% factory output negative, on top of Italy's problems they already have.
You could prep a combined naval and air invasion to take, like, Bari and Taranto.
I'm gonna take it.
Yeah, Taranto.
I'm gonna take it with my scary fucking. Actually, no. I have to think about that because if I try to leave, I could possibly take it with that little penance. Actually, no, I want to keep that little. I want to keep that heal because then I can trap them in there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to take Bari by the ground. I could get tanks out here. I have tank divisions. Bari's flat ground, isn't it? It is.
Fall in.
Where are my tanks? I don't even remember what tanks I actually have on these divisions because I designed them a while ago. I think they're well enough. The AI's no good at designing tanks. So whatever I have for them is fine, I'm sure.
Well, just let me know if you ever need extra tanks. I have many.
I do not need extra tanks. I've been building them in my free time for a while now. I do need to do this, though. Because that's an extra 10% reliability. But, yeah, I have, like, tens of thousands of these. So what is their stats? Soft attack 20? Oh, I see they don't have improved... I don't have improved medium cannons. I'm gonna have to redo these at some point soon. Yeah, their soft attack's pretty low. Their breakthroughs, eh. They're fine. They're workable. Maybe I'll do some cheeky stuff. There's some things... So, a strategy that I have partook in recently that I've been doing a lot, especially with Air Force, is that sometimes I'll make... Sometimes I'll make... Like, I'll come up with, like, a new tank or something, right? And it'll have like 20 factories on it. And I'll create a second line, and it has only like 5 factories on it. But that second line's job is to convert the... It's to do like the funny conversion mechanic.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
I found that to be extremely effective at getting your troops like modern and everything. I need to actually assign you to do things. Because my Marines were struggling to survive for so long, I forgot to give them an order for, like, prepping attacks. Yeah, I think I'm going to get some of these tank divisions here, and I should be able to... Between the cast and the breakthrough, I should be able to smash through Bari, even if they have fucking 28 divisions sitting on it. And then I can have the tanks go south from there and take Toronto and Brindisi, and then surround a whole bunch more troops. Lovely. They don't attack me as much anymore. It's lovely. They actually let me dig in and stuff now. And even
That is nice.
Even at scraping the barrel, Mussolini has 50,000 men, by the way.
That's no good for him.
It's no good. Let me, while I'm at it, since I control Campania, let me actually get this airbase up in Campania running, so we can have even more air power. My Typhoons have difficulties reaching because their range is just a little short. But not the Mosquito Bombers, though. The Mosquito Bombers can reach anything I want. Mosquito Bombers I have based in Sicily could fucking bomb Berlin. They're not even really my strat bombers. Oh yeah, tanks. I need more transport planes, I think. Which I have. I don't need you to give me any. I just need to train them.
Oh, I don't have any transport tanks or transport planes anyway.
Why not? They're
So
great.
that's for the best.
They're wonderful.
I've been putting all of my factories on my fighters and my tanks.
I bet you transport planes would help out in your Siberian campaign a lot.
Probably. It's not like I haven't thought about it. I just haven't put the factories into it yet.
They are fantastic. I love them. I use them often.
What did I just figure out? Oh,
Yeah.
the medium air.
Getting the tanks down here fucking destroyed my supply lines in the area, so I do need to drop just more, because if my tanks have low supply, then their breakthrough's gonna go down, and it's gonna be as if they're not even here.
This is true.
Bastard.
That would be a bad.
Who can have their autonomy lowered? Australia's now integrated puppet, which means that they are now fully prepped for being federated soon. Probably at some point in 1947, I'll be able to do the Federation. God damn it, they launched their counterattack right when I was about to do my thing. Oh, I don't like it when I look at the supply lines. They're so complicated. What bottlenecks? How many bottlenecks am I upgrading here? Doesn't seem that bad. We're still getting
I need to run
fantastic
to
trade.
really quick.
Is that,
So-
do I need to pause for that, or are you in a stable situation?
I'm fine.
Okay, good.
So, you can go ahead.
Na, 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 na. Yeah, I know. I don't want to move these 24 divisions simply because of supply concerns. I could put them there, but, you know, they're just going to eat up all my goddamn Chef Boyardee. So I'm just going to leave them there as sort of reserve for a while. I have more divisions in Egypt and stuff like that that I'll move around as I feel like I need them to. I just need this counterattack to stop. And I can do my own dirty business. I'd like to make it to where all of my Typhoon bombers I have in the area can be based in Campania, because they'll have better range that way. Have they given up in Palestine? They have, thank God. I have a lot of fighters tied up here. Is their Air Force done yet? Yes. Yes, it is. Wonderful. Fantastic.
All in.
Some decent numbers. I can get this other group to join. There we go. Those delicious fucking organization collapses. The beautiful thing about tanks and their breakthrough is that you can have 50 divisions on one tile and it doesn't matter. If they get all of these down, although I will say that's another thing that the AI has on max buff, their reinforcement percentages are really high. You can see down there, strength in Italy plus 4%. So it makes it to where the amount of time in which they don't have divisions in in action is like really short. So it's it's a lot harder to overrun divisions that are doing all that business. Not impossible though. Probably be possible if I had better tanks. So I probably need to do that. I just saw it got really close.
I return.
Italy truly has no manpower left. It's great. They did one
fuck 'em.
last.
They did one.
I broke through at Bari.
Ready.
I have trapped
You got him.
maybe 50 Axis divisions down here.
Mm-hmm.
All in. All in.
go here. You go here to push them back to keep this business going. Stay there and defend. Now do the dirty business.
Do the dirty business.
Unfortunately, they're in an urban environment, and urban environments give like a 50% protection against cast, but my cast is just so overwhelming, I don't think it matters. Mussolini's done.
Mussolini's done. Well, not dead yet, but he's gone.
Oh, it's over, though. It's over, though. I've taken Taranto.
Yes, sir.
That's a whole fuckload of divisions they got down there.
This is going to be even worse than Reggio Calabria was. And they're being chased by tanks down here, too, so...
Keep on attacking.
The only sadness is that it's mostly just Italian divisions and there's no Germans in there.
There definitely is Germans down here. I see Panther tanks. It's just there's a mix. There's a real mix. This whole campaign has been like a mix of about 50-50 Germans, 50-50 Italians. Because I've killed hundreds of thousands of Germans here as well.
But you've also killed 3.5 million Italians.
I've literally doubled my casualties against the Italians on this landing. I've so far lost about 300,000 men. About a third of all the losses I've had in World War II happened this year landing in Italy.
And I'm finally doing a line-wide push over in Siberia.
We're down to the last part. It's over. That's like 50 divisions.
How many divisions does Italy even have right now?
A lot less. They have 321 at the moment. I think when I landed, they had like 300, so they've actually raised more. Because crazy.
They've done the madman's tactic of just handing guns to children and saying, go kill, without actually training them.
Italy does have a hell of a lot of manpower buffs they can get down deeper in their tree that I do believe they have. I think they end up getting like a 40 or 50% like recruitable population increase modifier if they go down all the stuff. So
I mean, they do, but they just don't have enough territory to maintain what they're doing.
Yeah, of all of the Axis powers, their core population too is the lowest. I think their core population's like 40 million or something like that. And Germany's is like 65 million, and Japan's like 65 million. Something along those lines. Although Italy does get some really tasty bonuses for non-core manpower as well. I need to make sure the Mediterranean fleet also watches the Adriatic Sea now. So I need to order that, so that that is mine. Let them know that that is mine. Because I don't need no naval invasions happening to me. Okay, I don't like that. And then once this pocket's happened, I'll reorganize the line, because the line's a mess. I could probably pull the Marines out finally, and actually maybe do naval invasion somewhere else. Maybe get Rome, that sort of thing. Popped. Okay.
Definitely could.
How many was that? That was 385,000 men popped there. That's
so
only
in 2 pockets, they lost more than 500,000 men.
Yep, that's only a month after the last pocket. So, okay, so the tanks, we're going to pull them back because tanks aren't great in this theater. In fact, I think I'm going to have them go to Sicily so that they stop sucking up all my food. And then, Mountaineers, you guys are going to do this, and you're going to do this. Airborne. I can probably do something with the airborne now. The airborne don't have to hold the line for their lives anymore. These beautiful mountaineers. This isn't even the super buff mountaineers, which is amazing.
Yeah, they're just regular mountaineers.
Just regular mountaineers, and they fucking sledgehammered the line, and it was that one hill outside of Napoli. I was like, if I take this, it's like key to the whole damn thing. I am also occasionally seeing the Germans get supply problems, well, the Axis getting supply problems, which is very tasty indeed. Not something I thought I'd be getting. Oh, the Commonwealth is trying to do a landing in Albania. It does not look like it's going to go well. The various allies.
Ready, sir.
I could probably wait until the 20th or so, and I'll try to do some more attacks up the hills. I'm gonna keep the Marines down here for now in case they do any more counterattacks, because if I keep my Mountaineers here, right, there'll be like 4 Mountaineers, and then on the Axis side, there's like fucking 20 divisions. So they could do crazy human wave tactics again at any time. I have like 50 spare military factories, but there's nothing I really want to do. There's nothing I need. Besides strat bombers. I suppose it's time for me to actually design those.
I'm finally making modern strat bombers. I just designed mine.
Extra fuel tanks. Self-sealing fuel
The
tanks.
Filipinos keep trying to send me men, and I just tell them to shoot themselves and give me their guns.
Mm-hmm. Video navigation. Bomb sites. Air-to-ground radar. I'm running out of funny electricity to put on this. Can I put double bomb sites on it? Is that allowed? I didn't know that was allowed. The Lincoln Bomber. I've never heard of that, actually. That must have been like a late war thing.
Never heard of it either.
Oh yeah, can I have more than one bomb site module? Okay. I didn't think I could, but they were acting like I could. This strat bomber is going to have a strat bombing capability of 111.6. With a defense of 63 and a range of 4,350 kilometers. Even though I haven't been making any strat bombers, my strat bomber designer is cool. Like, they actually have points to them because I have them building my transport planes, which I've been building since the start of the war. Ouch. Aluminum. Aluminum.
But you said your strat bomb.
Say what now?
You said your strat bombing was what?
111, I think?
How'd you get it up to 111? I have all the
111.6. I have 111.6. I was saying probably because my strat bomber designer Avro is size 6 because I had them building I've had them building transports since the start of the war.
Oh, I see. Mine is level 8, but there's I've been focusing them more on the naval patrol ones.
I've not done that. I focused on my heavy planes on strat bombing and the like.
Ready, sir.
Alright, let's give this a jolly rotten.
Move out. Move out.
I'm just gonna concentrate all my force on one hill at a time until Italy is no more. Let me zoom out of here because I don't like hearing that. Delicious. Just taking provinces at will. That was across the river too. That area I just took.
Chile is trying and failing to invade Bulgaria.
Yes, sir. Attention.
We might get another tasty pocket. Not a big one. but a pocket nonetheless. I'm just gonna slowly research these like modern airframes. I just don't know if I'm gonna build them though. Already have air superiority, and they're so expensive. Yep, we're gonna get another tasty fucking pocket. It's gonna be like another 10 divisions. When the fall begins, it's pretty rapid. Slowly marching our way up to Roma. I caught 6 Italian tank divisions actually in this pocket.
Ooh.
That will hurt significantly. I know I would be
That's a lot.
furious if I had 6 tank divisions get encircled. Just letting the Air Force do God's work. Okay. Do I have any other casts in the area that I want to shift to Italy? I have a bunch of fucking casts in Britain that doesn't need to be there. I wish I could mass assign aces.
That would make it nice, but that would be too easy.
No, come back here. Come back here, planes. Don't ignore me. That's called Cumbria. I thought that was Calabria, and it's not. So you need to come down here and be cool. I want you to increase my fucking casts to nuts levels. I mean, I already get like 1,000 in a second, but I want it even more, okay? How many did I pop in that? That pocket was 57,000 men, by the way. That new pocket.
All in. Yes, sir.
Which is different than the other pockets.
Move out.
Something tells me these losses are unsustainable for them.
Yeah. I mean, Mussolini's gotten 68,000 men now. His deployed manpower is down to 1.8 million men, though.
Mm-hmm.
I think, what's my deployed manpower? 3.6 million. And the huge bulk of that is on the Italian peninsula right now as we speak. I seem to be able to take tiles from them at will at this point. I have the Marines playing defense while I have my Mountaineers do attacks. How I'm currently playing it.
All in.
My Mountaineer finally has the mountain training. Lovely. It took him so long.
Mountaineer is easily one of the best traits. There's just so many
real
fucking
good.
mountains.
It's real good. I love Mountaineers and I love Marines. And
Ready.
even though the airborne, like, org debuff is amazing, both the Mountaineer and Marine trees have, you know, special force multipliers in them, so I tend to go for them. I didn't this playthrough. I don't really know why. I think just because I was British, so I was like, well, I gotta have Royal Marines and I gotta have the SAS. There are times where my desires as a role player overcome common sense.
Holy shit, India is actually helping to push down here in their north.
I have a line of troops there holding as a fort that I do not wish to move. India has
You
not
don't have to.
shattered. I wonder why.
I'm sure they're just waiting.
Maybe they haven't shattered because of how they happen. Hey, the Kriegsmarine is out.
Oh, they're back?
They have been building they do have a lot of dockyards. They have control. They've ruled over Europe for like 6 years now, so they have a lot of dockyards, so they have rebuilt a sizable navy. If they do actually come out and they want to come out and play, I will flatten them though. Once again. Let's wait till daytime.
Ready, sir. Attention. Move out.
We're getting closer and closer to Rome. Man, the speed in which their organization goes away when I attack them. It just feels so much more triumphant knowing how much cheating they got going on for me to be just walking over them like this. Also, these Mountaineers divisions I'm doing are doing like 800 soft attack to them.
Ready.
They sure are. I'm just chewing through them.
I just love
And a plane also has.
I just love seeing the drop in the organization.
Now you gotta attack across a river to get to Anzio.
Really, as long as I can maintain the flow of battle for a long period of time, then I'll win by default because of the sheer weight of the air power. I also love it when they counterattack, because when they counterattack, I fucking obliterate them.
Yeah,
These
they throw a lot of
Mountaineers-
men into those attacks, and they don't have a lot of men to throw.
These Mountaineers also are nowhere near as powerful as my normal Mountaineers, because since I usually, when I go down the Mountaineer line, I do the one that makes it to where the Mountaineer unit takes up less combat with. So I usually am able to have 3 or 4 combat artillery battalions while maintaining 25 combat with and stuff like that.
Pull in. Attention.
You silly boy. %of Germany's civilian factories and 8% of Germany's military factories are currently damaged.
I am bombing the shit out of them as much as I can.
I want those numbers to be cataclysmic sized. He is suffering quite a bit of war support reduction from it. He has a 17% war support drop from it.
I've got 7 air wings that are out right now. I'm about to make it 8.
Pull in.
Dun 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 dun
Beautiful.
dun 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 dun.
There's usually, like, we fight on, like, even ground. The Germans built a carrier.
Ooh,
The
spooky.
Potsdam. I sunk it, by the way.
Those take like a year to build.
Yeah.
So.
They built a carrier. They built 2 carriers, because there's the Europa. I sunk that, too.
Well, that's a whole lot of fucking naval dockyard time that just went away.
They decided to...
One battle.
Well, there wasn't even a battle. They decided to move them through the English Channel, and I have the English Channel constantly patrolled by naval bombers.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah, the Kriegsmarine came out, and they had... I don't know why my fleet's not engaging them. It just doesn't feel like it, I suppose. Speaking of that,
They just thought that the naval bombers will take care of it.
I have a whole bunch of ships here, just in dock, in reserve, not being used. Let's put them in the home fleet. I was wanting to change my, oh no, never mind, I already did change it. The Prince of Wales is my, super ship now. It's my pride of the fleet. We're about to be on the outskirts of Rome. They really are, like, repeatedly trying to do stuff in this English channel. I might need to increase my, naval bombers in the region. Are you guys? Here you are. My Barracudas. I find it fun that all of Britain's naval bombers are named after fish. That.
It's what they know.
We're on the outskirts of Rome.
Ready. Ready. Move out.
We're fighting for Anzio now. Some of these battles, I'm barely losing any people, by the way. Some of these attacks I'm doing. Like, some of these battles are, I lost no one, the Italians lost 2,000 men, that kind of thing. Like, the battle happens, the preliminary bombardments occur, the Air Force comes in, and then the battle's over. I'm at 1.3 million
There's a distinct
losses.
rhythm to these battles.
Mm-hmm. I've lost as many men in the past, like, 4 months as you've lost through this whole war. I'm creeping towards 2 million German kills. And I'm creeping towards 4 million Italian kills.
I'm almost up to you in German kills.
Mm-hmm.
Siberia is just a slog. It takes me a long time to get anywhere, but we are moving.
We have Anzio. We're about to seize Rome.
Fall in.
I know there's a river over here, so I'm gonna have. Oh, never mind. They've decided to do some more human waving at me. The extreme desperation. Yeah, I don't know why the home fleets decide they don't want to come out and engage any of this. I guess they are just like, we'll just sit back and let all the fucking naval bombers deal with them. I mean, I am just repeatedly sinking, like, light cruisers and destroyers and stuff like that that keep going into the English Channel.
Which I don't know why they still keep letting them go through the English Channel. They should just let them go north.
Keep on attacking.
But
Yeah,
dumb AI brain.
it's the quickest route. It's because the only places I'm not patrolling, I think, would be as if they went along, like, the Norwegian coastline and went all the way by Iceland, and they don't want to do that. Also, you know, there have been many times where I've had to have some severe arguments with the pathfinding for the Navy, even with me specifically telling them, it's like, do not go here. And they'll go there anyway.
Yeah.
I'm going to pause it real quick because I need to look at... I'll build this. I don't even know what to research anymore.
I'm starting to get to that point too.
If they would stop with their human waves, I would launch an attack on Rome. I'm launching an attack on Rome.
Pushing them back, sir.
I said I was launching an attack on Rome. There we
Keep
go.
on attacking. Move out. Hold.
Rome will be ours in no time. A lot of these divisions that Italy's trying to stop me with are down to like 30% or less fucking strength. They're down to 40% war support. Oh, it's happened. Italy's declared war on Italy. Transfer the territory. I've taken Rome. Oh.
It has been done.
Oh, it's like really thinking. There we go. Looks like Brazil's doing a naval invasion of Nice. And it seems like it might be successful since the Italians now have a very thin line. So how many troops does Mussolini have at his command? 161, so he's lost half of his entire military in the span of like the past 3 or 4 months. The new Italy the new Italy that's on our side has like 80 divisions already. Okay.
Oh yeah, they're down in Sicily.
They're gonna start moving around.
Mm-hmm.
That also means that supplies are cool here now because it's considered like friendly core territory.
Yes, sir.
And now they're shuffling across the entirety of their little fucking empire. They actually landed in Nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
It's because the Italians are the ones defending that section. There's no Germans to be found, and the Italians are shattered, broken people.
Attention.
The Germans are still just trying to fight me in Siberia because that is a great use of their time.
I am just taking territory at will now. I'm just like grabbing, it's like you divisions attack here, you division attack here, and it's just like working.
Mm-hmm.
I still won't click the dark button of go. I don't like the dark button of go. I feel like it gets everyone killed and they do stupid stuff. Usually the only time I do the battle order of everyone, I blow the whistle, is usually whenever the war's basically over and I just want them to march forward with a gun in their hand.
Mm-hmm.
We might get to Milan soon. New airbase. We control the airfields of Rome now. Oh, I had an old construction project to build up the ports in Palermo that I totally forgot about. It was on the bottom of my construction queue, never got touched.
Attention. Attention. Yes, sir.
There's so many allies now in Italy as well that I can just start throwing my men into the offense. I don't have to be as careful anymore. Still have a bunch of paratroopers I need to figure out what I want to use them for. There's like one little section of territory. I guess it's because I don't control all of Brazil yet. I was about to say, it's like there's like a little section of Italy that I, for some reason, kept. I don't know why.
Yes, sir. Fall in.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll give it up as soon as you take the rest of it.
Yes, sir.
That's what usually happens anyway. Oh, there's another naval invasion happening over in Zara.
Yeah, it's pretty chaotic. It's because I'm giving naval supremacy throughout the entire Mediterranean, so the AI is just having a ball. Seems like this one's led by Chile. So yeah, there's a little pocket in Nice now, just holding out that the Italians are shifting troops to go defend the troops that could be used over here in, you know, Italy, so that's good.
Italy is straight up not having a good time.
Move out.
As I called the stream, we going through Europe's soft underbelly. Don't worry, Hitler, you're next.
It took some softening, but it did become the soft underbelly.
Mm-hmm. Mussolini was fucking flexing his abs real hard, but I just kept stabbing him. And eventually he said, okay, I'm done. That hurts like hell. I guess I'll decrypt Arabia. It's like Britain has like the best decryption in the entire game, and I've been decrypting since 1936.
Attention!
So I've decrypted everybody.
Ready, sir!
I really am the guy who is fighting the Italians, you know? Like, if you look at their casualties, right? In first place is me, with 4 million casualties on them. Second place is Greece with 139,000.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of this war has been me arm wrestling Mussolini.
Not incorrect. There's a lot of people who killed a lot of Germans, but for the most part, it's me and you.
I know the Soviets killed millions of them, too. But they're in the ground now. I know when
imagine Stalin was paraded through the streets.
Oh, yeah. Whenever I started this attack through Italy, I was at like 1 million Germans killed, and now I've gotten 1.7 million. So about 700,000 Germans have died defending Italy as well.
And that number is only going to increase.
We're getting closer and closer to the northern cities.
That's where all the industry is.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's bad down here. There's a lot of countries trying to use up all these air bases. You go here. I'm doing the plane logistics that eventually have to happen. You don't need to do this anymore. We don't need supplies anymore. It's fine.
Look, Kang, if you're not going to let me build fucking supply hubs in your fucking country, then I'm just going to start pulling my troops out, because my men are starving.
Yeah, that shit can die.
Yeah, I think I'm about to.
They're
Because
in the stupid
anything
front.
but railway.
Well, because Yen Zhan Ma is also the United Front. Who's considered the major over there in their faction? In their funny faction.
That
Xie
is
Kang.
a good question.
It's Xie Kang. So if you were to pull out and just let the Germans take Xie Kang, if they took Umuk, then the Chinese United Front would collapse, and then you could just take over.
I'm gonna let that happen. Goodbye, Chinese. I never liked you.
The whole Chinese United Front business is always... It just gets in the way a lot. Like, there've been so many times where I've wanted to, like, assist them. Whoa. It, like, auto-saved and it, like, fully locked up for a second. But there have been times where I've wanted to assist China in its plight. But with how the mechanics go with all that, it's always a clusterfuck.
Taking cover! Attention!
We're gonna sit here for a bit, because I've been on the move so much that none of my divisions have any, like, prep bonuses anymore. So I'm just gonna sit here and just generate fucking extra points for a minute. Because we really did just scream through central Italy. How's America feeling about a D-Day? Like landing at Normandy?
Like, specifically on Normandy?
Yeah. Do the
I can do
the full Marine, airborne, followed by unlimited tank type landing. What do you think about that? Britain's down here in Italy, so that's what I'm doing. But you could do that to start another big front.
I also have I have some tank divisions that are currently being produced, and once they are completely all done, I'll have a full army of mostly modern tanks.
I could.
So whenever we actually make a proper landing, they can help do some of the punch through.
I can help you with British tank divisions, because I don't want these tanks here in the Italian theater. It's no good. But if we land in France or something like that, it's like I could send some tank divisions.
Ready.
Yeah, I could start sending divisions over there right now if you want it.
Yeah, absolutely. Just open up another front. The second armored.
Okay, just give me a minute to get my men shuffled around because Siberia is big. I gotta rearrange the front line.
I'm gonna pause it real fast so that I can. I'm gonna redesign my tanks because I believe I'm gonna keep the actual like type of tank it is, but I think I have access to way better equipment I can put on it now because I made these tanks like fucking 6 years ago.
Yeah, I think you got better tech now.
Let's do that. Reman turret. Do we have any better radios? Nope. That. And reliability is really high, so let's get. That's more like it. This will be the Cromwell Mark II. And I'm going to have you do this, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to order another line of it. And you're going to be like so, and your job is going to be to convert all the old ones. I'm running out of steel. I will take all the steel out of Italy through my new vassal that I have.
Do it.
Am I going to
They don't
annex
deserve
Italy whenever I do the Imperial Federation?
That's a good question.
That could happen.
I'm gonna send my men over to you now. So they are headed that way.
Let's do a big holy smokes invasion of Europe. We've broken through Italy, so.
Yeah.
Well,
We
more
broke into
Italian.
Italy and we have so much air power that we can just punch through wherever we need to land.
Mm-hmm. You can land across a wide base, possibly all throughout Normandy, like the actual province, from Dnieper to Cherbourg. We have total dominion over the English Channel. There's no question on that aspect. They still occasionally throw the human wave at me in the Mediterranean theater every now and then, just draining thousands of manpower from their pool.
Mm-hmm.
How's Hitler doing? Hitler's down to 4 million men. He has 4.7 million men specifically. Bum 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 bum. Man, I should have had like a I sunk another. How many fucking carriers have they made? They made the Aurora. I sunk the German carrier Aurora.
Nice. Fuck
They've
'em.
just decided to go carrier, I guess. They have 2 more in store. How many dockyards do they have? Oh, they have 108 dockyards.
That'll do it.
That will do it. But yeah, I should have thought of setting up a system to where it shows all the funny settings I have on this game, so I wouldn't have to keep repeating it, you know.
Mm-hmm. People just
So that
wanna know.
someone hops in and they're like, "Why aren't you attacking? It's so obvious." And then I have to explain again. It's like, "Oh, they're all super buffed, and I'll die if I just do an all-out attack."
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
The Germans have decided they don't like what's happening in Italy, and the Germans have arrived in force. There's like 60 or 70 divisions along the line that are German. Like in one province they have 46 divisions that are Germans, another province they have another 23 divisions that are German. Like, they've decided they don't like Italy collapsing, and they've decided to step in to stop that. You're falling behind. Stop that. Come here. Hold my hand. There we go. The Soviets collapsed probably 4 or 5 months into Barbarossa, I want to say.
Yeah, they did not last long.
Like,
And we were busy with Japan.
we were dealing with Japan first, and so while we were trying to negotiate how to deal with Japan, we kept getting the news headlines of the fall of Kiev, and then Leningrad, and then Moscow, and it just sort of all went nuts. So Stalin's long gone. It's like the Germans have ruled over all this for years now. I mean, their compliance levels are getting pretty high in there even.
That's the reason they have so many men.
They had so many men going into it. I think when they did Barbarossa, they had like 500 divisions. Because one of the things that them being on max cheatiness does is it makes it to where their production cap is increased by like 30%. So they can very easily have production lines that are like at 140%, you know, that kind of thing. So they can just crank out loads of more divisions. Also, their political power generation's way higher, so they can afford to like go into like total mobilization way sooner than normal. It's certainly interesting. Fighting against all of the bad guys being as hard as they can be, possibly. At the end of the day, their AI is still smooth. They have the smooth brain still, which is wonderful.
All in.
I will also say that I have avoided doing bullshit. I have avoided doing stuff that gaming the AI, because it's like, what's the point of even fighting them on really hard difficulty in that regard? So I have not done any of the funny strategies that the AI will fall down and ruin themselves on. Like the letting them take a port so you can smash their division stuff. And other such trickery and thievery. Okay, this little bulge right here needs to go. Actually, can I... The German lines in Italy have gotten really thick. I'm just looking at the Axis lines here, and there's probably 150 divisions opposing me in Italy right now. I mean, they're doing attacks on me, which is wonderful when they come in to attack me. It is like the best thing in the world. But I don't know about me doing very much more offensives in Italy, because their lines are getting pretty thick.
Yeah, unless you can start taking out their supply trains and stuff, there's probably not much you can do.
I love it whenever the Italian Navy shows its face for like a 1 millisecond and they get sunk. I could pull out the Marines and try to do a naval invasion of Genoa or something like that. Their coastline defenses are really thin. Like 1 or 2 defenses down here in the Mediterranean, because they got all of them on the line with me. A lot of Italy's coastline in some areas aren't even defended by Italians. They're defended by Romanians and things like that. They can't guard their own ports. I think between the dark deeds you're doing over here and my grand Italian distraction that I'm doing, I think the bulk of the German forces are not in France right now. I think the French lines, I think the German garrisons over France are about as thin now as they've been in many years. What am I missing? What have I not done? That one. Da, 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 do, do, do. Do 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 do. Yeah, Mussolini truly has no men. One thing I do wish I could see with my intelligence, my intelligence agencies, is I wish I can look at what their mobilization's at.
Mhm.
Like, to be able to see, it's like the manpower they have. Is that what they have? Germany's down to 4.28 million men. So they've lost hundreds of thousands since the last time I checked. Both on you know, he's on an all-adult serve. Mussolini's on scraping the barrel, so...
Yeah, he's been down for a long time.
So there will be no new Italian cars coming out anytime soon.
Especially since you own half his country.
Mm-hmm.
He has one. He has 0 available manpower. I see.
Mm-hmm. It keeps fluctuating. He gets a couple thousand and then immediately goes. How long does that... Oh, that federal integration ticker for daily autonomy doesn't go away. Amazing. You will be integrated. Just waiting on New Zealand and South Africa to both get down to integrated puppet, and then the Federation will happen. Let's see if I can do anything to quicken that. God damn it. God damn it. Build that in New Zealand. And then South Africa. What can I build in South Africa?
Infrastructure is always a good option.
I've already done all that. I went through every dominion I have, and I've been doing that. So I'm putting some synthetic refineries down there just so they'll produce more rubber whenever I take them over.
Mm-hmm.
Can never have enough rubber. Britain truly is full. Like, every single slot in Britain is full. We definitely don't need any more military factories. I don't even use them all anymore. The Germans also have a bunch of divisions hanging around Syria as well, which is nice. It's a lot of little places for them to waste their time at.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, that's the big Syrian line that I helped you set up.
Mm-hmm. I have level 6 forts along that line.
Mm-hmm. You had some nice, strong men holding the line for you while you were building those.
We're dug in.
Strapping young lads.
We're dug in. We have air superiority. Our lines are thick. The smallest, province garrison we have is 8 divisions, so we ain't going nowhere. Okay, Japan, you can buy some of my ancient fucking carrier bombers. The Germans are also having a whale of a time in Denmark, by the way. Because Denmark declared independence, and I let them join the Allies, and The Allied hordes are starting to enter Denmark.
I see.
It's actually a
They
considerable
didn't deal with
number.
them quick enough.
There's a considerable number of Germans trapped in northern Denmark at the moment. They just keep throwing themselves at my line. It's delicious. Like in one battle at Toscana, I lost 500 men. They lost 11,000.
Jesus.
That's how every one of these battles in Italy go. It's just not sustainable.
The first of my divisions have arrived.
I've crept over 2 million German kills. Germany has 781 divisions, which I've never even... I can't fathom that many. I know once I have like 400, it's like I don't know what to do with these. I mean, I am at 300 something right now. I have a whole bunch of armies just sitting out in some places not doing anything because it's like I don't want to put them in the battle because they're just going to suck up all the resources. Since the Italian front is stagnating, we're planning the big Holy Smokes invasion of France, right? I'm trying to think of some other potential avenues of attack. Turkey's a no-go, because Turkey's supply problems are really bad, which means that we're not going to have supply problems and the enemy... I mean, we're going to have supply problems and the enemy won't. So Turkey's a no-go. Greece, on the other hand, Greece is pretty lightly defended. I could do bullshit. I could pull my Marines out of Italy and actually have them do Marine stuff. And have them land in Greece. Revive the Greeks.
I wouldn't be opposed.
I'd probably start with an invasion of Crete, which is currently held by one division of Italians. And then I would land and take Athens and go out from there. Or possibly land in the Peloponnese first.
I'm sending a gigantic fucking fleet to Plymouth, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And I am going to start destroying everything that is not flying your flag or my flag that is in the area.
I have them fucking convoy escort everywhere. I have my fleet on strike force because I'm pretty sure the instantaneous moment I would decide to drop my superiority, they would try to invade Britain.
Oh, I'll just start convoy escorting fucking everywhere because
Convoy escort everything, yeah.
I have a fuckload of destroyers convoy escorting all through the Pacific, so I'll just have them also do over here.
If the Mediterranean wasn't so rich in convoy sinking, I would start getting a proper blockade of Germany going as well. But I've been focusing on Italy because of their particular vulnerabilities at sea.
Well, then just let me handle it because I can actually handle completely doing every bit of the territory that we need.
You go right ahead. If you get a raid from the Norwegian Sea, Western Approaches, Bay of Biscay, and the Iberian coast going, those 4 provinces, none of those are shallow seas and stuff like that. And if you have them tightened up and raided, then Germany wouldn't be able to get anything out of Europe.
Yep. I have it, as well as the entire Mediterranean and all of the coast around India, and also through the entirety of the Pacific, and I am at 100% efficiency.
Mm-hmm.
So I got you.
They're still doing the big suicide attack in Italy. It is great, because it is driving them down. You have more battleships than me. Which I don't care for. I don't care for one bit. I can't even afford the steel expenditure to try to build more battleships. Bastard.
Are you talking about me?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes, I am.
Yeah, I got a lot of boat. I got more boats than I know what to do with at this point.
Mm-hmm. I have over 100 submarines.
I don't.
I have done a good
I have
hearty
like
torpedo.
12.
I've done a big torpedo in every fucking naval theater in the whole war.
How many fucking destroyers do I have? I have 273 destroyers.
I think I have a very similar number.
And half of those are the convoy escort.
I have 202 destroyers. I have 55 of the funny light cruisers. You have 53 light cruisers. I have 11 heavy cruisers, but all those are like ones I started the game with. You have 20.
Mm-hmm.
You have 16 carriers. You have 16 carriers, fucking 19 battleships, and 3 battle cruisers, whereas I have 15 battleships and 3 battle cruisers.
I don't even know how you make a battle cruiser because it's not using the cruiser frame. I don't know.
You
Is it a battleship frame?
You do battleship frame, and then when you go to armor, there's a battle cruiser armor type. And basically, it has less armor, but it can be produced quicker. And really, it's only relevant whenever the naval treaties are active, because it lets you build basically a smaller battleship so that you can be treaty compliant. There's an achievement for Britain called "There's Nothing Wrong with Our Bloody Ships," for like building a whole bunch of battle cruisers. It's because like when the naval conventions happened, they try to put a spin on it. It's like it's not a battleship; it's a battle cruiser. It's like a cruiser, but also a battleship. It's like new and sleek and stuff. And as opposed to selling the fact that they were just not as powerful. Because I mean, Britain was making battle cruisers while Germany was making like the fucking Tirpitz and the Bismarck. The United States responded by creating the Iowa class, which are gargantuan, by the way, and we built a shit ton of them in no time at all.
Because American industry.
Yeah.
Automatic reinforcement of my convoy escorts. Because I don't like it when my convoys get shot. America famously does not like it when people touch their boats.
I'm just waiting on South Africa now. Like, if South Africa would get their stuff down. I need them to lose 900 points of autonomy, and then I'll get them down to integrated puppet. New Zealand as well, but New Zealand's a lot closer. Actually, no, I am just waiting on New Zealand. They only have 353 points left. They're losing some of that per day from. Let me quicken that with that fucking mod I have, the Puppet Manager mod. The Puppet Manager mod, by the way, is very wonderful when you're playing as Britain. Because it's giving you more access to things. Like the fact that I was able to just give Labrador to Canada without a fuss. It's very nice.
You guys on strike.
Attention!
Ooh, Australia made a tank division. I don't remember what it's called, but Australia made a tank, right, in World War II. And the reason why is that they were concerned that they'd get their supply lines cut to the United States or Britain. And so they were like, we need our own tank industry. And the tank that they made is a perfectly fine tank, but it is joked about heavily because the machine gun on the front of it looks like a penis. Like, severely. Like, they made this decision. Normally with those like machine guns, they just have you just see a machine gun poking out. But they did this thing where they like put an armored casing around the machine gun, and it looks identical to a penis. And
well, that is pretty hilarious.
It made many a joke, and it made the Australians very embarrassed, and they took their tank and they hid them. And
Mhm.
they ripped the turrets off of them, and that's what a lot of the kangaroos, the British kangaroo carriers, a lot of those are those Australian tanks that they didn't rip the turrets off and then converted them into those.
Mhm.
I love you, Switzerland. You've been so cool to me this war. Normally, Switzerland is really fickle, but they've embargoed fucking Germany, and they've been doing trade with me this entire war, which is lovely. They've been reducing my consumer goods factor this entire time. My consumer goods base expectations, right, is 10% because total mobilization. My factor is at 58% because of stability in the Switzerland importing,
Mhm.
and British austerity and all that. It's great. Oh, I need to spend points on reducing my, I guess it's fine. I have a gargantuan 30% reduction to my war support from combat casualties that I haven't dealt with, but it's fine. My war support's still 93% because we know we're about to win. So I probably need to fix that at some point. It looks like the Dutch are trying to do landings all over like Venice and stuff like that. The Germans came down here and told me I'm not allowed to advance up Italy anymore. They gave me a royal no.
Ready.
Yeah, I bet they didn't like it.
Move out.
I have 2 tank corps, armored cores, that are ready for action in France if you do break through. If you get a beachfront, I can get them out there and I can help you do things like, you know, cut off Brittany and do the big encirclement and all that business. My airborne's also free. If you want to, I can take my airborne and send them over there.
My last divisions that I'm training for this operation will be ready at the end of August.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say let's plan for the beginning of October.
Okay. Yeah, I'll get my airborne to help out because
Please do.
I've done the whole airborne tree and everything, so. And I got a bunch of transport planes.
Oh, I sank the German part of the fleet. I sank the Deutschland.
Good. Bastards.
Oh, look, there's 2 converted cruisers and a battleship, the Hindenburg. The Hindenburg is dead, and I sank both carriers.
Mm-hmm.
Yay!
Delicious. I think that was all the carriers they had. They will build more because they have
They will
access
build more.
to so many dockyards. They have access to more dockyards than I've ever seen. I have a very normal 45 dockyards, whereas you in Germany both have a very insane number of dockyards.
Yeah.
I have a very
I
normal
do
and
have a rather
okay
large number.
large group of dockyards at 45 as opposed to having 98 or 110. They're going all out. It's like a combination of Hungarians and Germans trying to do counterattacking, and I think their AI doesn't count on aircraft. I think when they attack, they do the calculation in their brain of like, okay, we have the stats to handle this, and then they don't really think about the CAS, I think.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as I was able to get my finger thumbed in here, it was over. I just had to kick really hard. Dun 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 dun. I have 500 naval bombers patrolling the English Channel at any given time.
Excellent.
Well, Germany definitely has a lot of political points laying around because they immediately have another Pride of the Fleet. That costs 100 political points. So they clearly were able to just immediately replace it.
Do I even have a Pride of the Fleet?
I think
I
Germany.
have it somewhere. I don't know.
Yeah, it should be the
where,
USS Pennsylvania.
which I still have.
Mine was the HMS Hood. You got a lot of casualties to the Japanese early on. You may have lost it.
I might have lost that one.
If you hover over war support, you'll know if you have a Pride of the Fleet. It shows it on the modifiers up there.
That's what I did, and it says I have one. I just got to figure out which one it is.
Well, if you click on the Navy on the top right there. No, you can't have Malaya. Australia came up to me and they wanted control of Malaya. It's like you're on drugs. But if you hit Navy,
Oh, yeah, it is. It's the Pennsylvania.
yeah, that's the one that starts with the one the British start with is the HMS Hood, and I changed it over to the Prince of Wales because the Hood's like a pre-war interwar battle cruiser, and then the Prince of Wales is a 1940 era battleship, like proper one that I loaded with guns. I find as long as you get up to 1940, and the same with the Air Force really. Once you get up to 1940, you tend to be pretty cool. Like, yeah, 1944 planes are awesome, but you can make do. Well, like if you take a 1940 plane and give it the later engines and everything, then that works fine too.
Yeah, I have noticed that. Because once you start hitting 1940 stuff, the AI just loves to build the 1936 stuff because it's super cheap.
Mm-hmm.
So they can just flood the field with them, and then you just have better shit.
I can't wait until I annex all these places and I can just take the fucking aluminum directly out of the ground from them instead of having to try to ask them. It's like, could you please give me more? I'm importing 380 aluminum, 160 rubber, and 80 steel. I'm losing 21 factories to imports and stuff like that. About the same number of factories I get from the exiled governments mechanic is being spent on the trade imports, because I actually have 5 civilian factories from Yugoslavia, 5 from the Dutch, 5 from the Belgians, 5 from Luxembourg, etc. Like every exiled government's given me like off-map factories. It helps out. I also have a lot of developments going around in Africa right now, because it seems that one thing I did before at the end of last session is I went through the entirety of Africa from Egypt all the way through Uganda and everything like that, and I put civilian and military factories all over the place down there.
Mm-hmm.
I also extract 500 oil now. I have so much oil now. It's very delicious. I'm probably the second largest world producer of oil.
Right behind the U.S. of A.
Kuwait gives me 216.
Which is a fair amount. That's quite a bit.
I think the only place that does more than that is Texas, because Texas is huge, and California, because California's huge. But Kuwait, like, the Kuwait state is tiny, and it's 200.
You just keep digging.
Mm-hmm. Reminds me, is there any more resource things I can do around here? Yes. Can make more tungsten. More rubber. In that other playthrough I was doing before, where I was telling you where I was King Edward, in a save that I called Autocrat, I had a disagreement with France, and so I did take all of France's colonies in that one as well. So the Imperial Federation includes all of like France's stuff and like Vietnam and Algeria and Madagascar. So the empire is truly gargantuan in that one. Oh my god, is it time? Oh my god, it's time. It's time for the Imperial Federation.
Well,
It has
it's
begun.
coming.
It has begun. In 70 days, I will be pure. So I have, so as of right now, I have 53 million core population and 91 million non-core population. We'll have to see how that changes once I annex everything. It's not going to be as cool as it was going to be, because I would have had India, but you know. It does make me just want
I'm
to cut
setting up a
myself.
spy network in Brittany so I can see a little bit more over there. Because I'm going to be trying to land at the actual tip of Brittany.
You're going to land in Brittany?
Just like Brent and the two tiles right around it.
Okay.
Because the Brest dockyards are huge.
Yeah, they're size 10. They're size 10, but there are three dockyards in Normandy, from Cherbourg, Le Havre, and Dieppe.
I can occasionally see some of the stuff that's down on Normandy, but I can. Right now, I can't see very much that's over Brest, but I see. So I see Brest itself has like 9 divisions on it.
You can bet Cherbourg's probably similar, but we would also be landing airborne and stuff like that, so their organization will be low. As long as you land a bunch of troops. That reminds me, I need to set up the air attacks. So I guess we need to figure out, where are you landing? Are you landing in Normandy or Brittany? If you do land in Normandy, that does give the option of going down and cutting Brittany off and trapping all those troops there.
Yes, sir.
Let's do Normandy, because Normandy has less troops defending it.
Okay, let me also get more casts ready, because I probably have more mosquitoes I can build. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So let me organize. I'm gonna pause it real quick so I can organize
Attention.
the airdrops. Where are you? Okay.
Attention.
I missed the airfield. I ran to the wrong one. There we go.
Ready, sir. All in. Ready.
I have like 1,000 transport planes over here, so I'm gonna be able to drop a lot of guys at once.
Attention.
Oh, I found a big fleet. I don't know why my battle fleets aren't engaging them.
I don't fully understand some of the naval orders. There's sometimes where I just want to pick them up and push them and tell them, you need to go. Shoot
What I have
them.
found whenever I really, really want to just fight some stuff is I'll pick where I want them to fight, and then I'll have my fleet just do patrols
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
there,
Yeah.
and eventually they'll find them and they will just instantly engage.
Yeah. So Mussolini, despite being several months into scraping the barrel, still barely has any men. He has under 100,000. Germany's down to 2.3 million. Germany's lost millions of men in the past year.
They just keep throwing their men at your line.
Mm-hmm.
That's where they're all going.
I'm at 2.6 million German casualties. When I started the landing in Italy, they had 1 million on me, and then Italy, when I landed, was at 1.5 million, and right now I've gotten up to 4.4 million. Yes, we have no bananas. The fun
I
news
forgot
event,
about that one.
fun news event of fucking luxury goods going away because of all the fucking wartime.
There's a lot of Allied troops just holding those Germans up there in northern Denmark.
Yeah, just another place for them to get distracted. It's not a dangerous front though, so Germany's not throwing a lot of troops at them, unlike in Italy. Unlike the doom stacks they've set up in Italy.
Mm-hmm.
Bombers. I'm a big fan of this mosquito bomber I made. It kills everything.
I'm a big fan of anything that kills Germans.
It's very good.
I say onward, Christian soldier.
God damn it. There we go. Get out of there. No. It is nice that occasionally, like, you know, Argentina or someone will try to do landings in, like, northern Italy just to keep them on their toes.
Mm-hmm.
If Germany sends a bunch of reinforcements to try to deal with what's going on in France, then I'll be able to break through Italy, and then it'll be over. I'll have like mountaineers around, you know, Vienna and stuff like that eventually.
Yeah, as long as they just keep throwing their resources away. D-Day is 1/3 of the way planned. I assume you're going to be dropping the paratroopers whenever we go in.
Yeah. I have 4 provinces, 4 little states. I'm gonna drop them on the hills behind Cherbourg and all that, and there's also an air base over there. An Operation Oka Taiga. I'm gonna take that airfield, and then there's like a strip of land from that airfield west all the way. So behind the ports of Cherbourg and everything, where I'm going to be dropping them. And that should give the organization debuff to everybody in the state of Normandy. And since those aren't coastal, those might not be defended, which will be great. So I'll be able to land, form a defensive line, and then possibly do side attacks to try to support your landings. That also means I'm going to be controlling all the rail lines leading into Normandy. So if we can get Rouen, Ypres, Le Havre, and Cherbourg, then that's going to be 3 goddamn ports.
That's the goal.
Le Havre is a level 5 port, and Cherbourg's a level 3 port, and I have transports, so I will drop lots of supplies onto France if need be.
I just wish I could see.
I mean, I can tell you what's there. There's a lot of Germans there.
At Normandy, I literally only see like 1 stack, and it doesn't even show me how many are in it.
You can bet your bottom dollar that there's Germans everywhere. They have 700 divisions. They have them coming out of their ears.
Well, I know that they're there, but last I saw, it was relatively thinly guarded.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's been fairly thinly guarded recently. I've also noticed like Hungarians and stuff like that defending the West Wall. Ever since the Germans decided to take the Italian front seriously, it's been fairly thinly guarded.
I'm gonna start
Relatively.
pushing in the east again. And maybe that'll start taking some of the pressure off.
And that's a lot of German divisions out in Siberia too. It's so bad that they actually have no supply. Oh, I've seen how
I found the Germans.
I see how the Trans-Siberian Railway has spidered into something far more complex as time has gone on.
Yeah, I had to build that. It was the only way.
What company do you have going on? Do you have General Motors or yeah, you have GM? That delicious factory output.
Mm-hmm.
GM is awesome and Union Pacific is awesome. It's so sad when the only like industrial concern you got are the ones that just give you the speed bonus for the industry. It's nice when they have like a little fun other bonus. I should start getting rocket artillery going.
Yeah, why not?
I've been ignoring it. I can start putting that on my tank divisions, give them a whole bunch more soft attack.
I decided to finally go up to total mobilization. Got me another 10% of my civilian factories.
So, if you had seen the very first session, right, there was a thing where we were talking about pacifist Hitler, where he actually took a second to do the war. I didn't guarantee Poland. So there was a good long while before he decided he would actually like go to war with Britain and France and everything. And so he declared war on us, right? And the moment he did, I was like, I immediately put in like limited conscription, fucking total mobilization, fucking women in the workforce, because I had so many political points saved up because I was expecting him to declare war on me like months beforehand. So I've been totally mobilized since 1939.
And America only just decided, I guess we'll give it our all.
We've been conscripting every man we can. We've been telling all the women to get in the factories. We do the non-discriminatory conscription, so because you know we need even more men. I get 9,000 more men in the army every month. That about matches up to my typical casualty rates I've been having in Italy since I stopped attacking and just been letting them throw themselves at me. At one battle at Toscana, I lost 2,000 men, and the Axis forces lost 42,000 5 days ago. Once again, not like an encirclement or anything, just field battle. The numbers are insane.
They are insane. Horrific.
Germany's down to
And they're the ones
1.7
that
million.
keep attacking.
Germany's about to run out. Germany is about to run out.
And I
Germany has
will be
1,000
ready.
factories.
You want to say October 15th?
Yeah. Germany has 1,000 factories exactly. I've never seen so many. They have more civilian factories than you.
They sure do.
Terrifying.
Probably Russia is getting up to the compliance they need to start using them.
I'm expanding my civilian factories by a bunch because I'm building a shit ton in Africa.
I'm getting to the point where I'm literally building fucking back roads in Mexico because I have nothing else I can build back home.
I have factories building everything everywhere. Back in Britain, everything is as solid as it possibly can be. But outside of Britain, the Empire needs developed.
The Federation is coming.
Yeah, we're about a week away. And then I will look at Hitler and I will tell him, it's like, look how big my land is. Turns out that your little bullshit war is going to make sure that Britain is more powerful than it's literally ever been before, except for India.
It's okay. We're the good guys.
I know, I am just thinking of, like, I want to invade them, though, you know? Because if I invaded them,
understand.
if I did invade them and annex them, it would have the same effect as if I had just had them in the Federation. They have 127 divisions, by the way. India does now. They like actually, and they actually have industry and stuff.
Impressive.
They're doing well.
Do they still have the? Do they still have that big agrarian society debuff though?
Yeah.
That's the one thing that holds them back.
That marginalized the Muslim community.
Which that'll go away whenever they start themselves.
I don't know if they will. It's been quite a while.
Well, they took the two-state theory, so they have to at some point. They might just be waiting for the war to be over, though.
Pakistan's, I guess, deciding that they're going to be cool until the war's over, because everyone understands what's at stake.
The world holds its breath as we wait for D-Day.
Mm-hmm. Because historically accurate, we got bogged down in Italy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm about to get up to 3 million German kills. The Germans have officially lost more than twice as many men that we've lost. Seems like some Romanians are defending in Normandy as well.
Interesting.
They're starting to rely more heavily on their Balkan partners. Yeah, some of them are struggling for manpower as well. Like Bulgaria is on all adult serve.
Oh, Roosevelt is dead.
You've lost him. This is actually a great opportunity. It took him a while. But with him gone, you now can get you can go get desegregate the armed forces and get another 2% recruitable population.
I sure can.
Terrifying. While Germany's like, how do we make more men? It's like, oh, I just got millions more men just dropped in my lap. Same with me with my federation. It's just like millions of men are just gonna drop in my lap. Roosevelt didn't get to see the end of the war, even with him hanging on for a couple more years.
He saw so much,
He
but there's
fucking
only so much to be seen.
throws his cane on the ground. It's like, I waited 2 more years and you people still didn't win.
Mm-hmm. We tried, Mr. President.
The Federation has happened. Oh, a lot of things just happened on my screen.
Commonwealth
I am
of
the
Nations.
Commonwealth of Nations, you see. So my core population went from 53 million to 82 million. And my non-core population went from like 92 million to 102 million. So my core population skyrocketed. I went from having 2.14 million men in reserve to 3.85 million men in reserve.
You have more in reserve than I do.
Mm-hmm.
For now.
And I now have 238 civilian factories, 288 military factories, and I went from 45 dockyards to 81 dockyards. So that's a lot of dockyards. I have to do some organization now, though, because I did inherit all the armies that the Commonwealth had.
Yes, sir.
So I have 96 divisions that are around.
Yes, sir.
So everything in Canada, go away.
Ready. Yes, sir.
I have to figure. I probably have navies everywhere as well. I'm gonna have to reorganize.
Yes, sir.
I don't need nothing here. I don't need you.
Yes,
I
sir.
don't need you.
Ready.
India, you could have been a part of this great organization.
All in.
Bastard.
Attention. All in.
I'm actually getting a lot more manpower than I was saying because I'm like disbanding like almost all these divisions. I'm finding that are like of the other ones. I'm gonna have to fucking deal with all of the templates they're gonna have for me now.
All in.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to mass disband everything they have because I'm afraid I'll throw away a bunch of troops that are like integral to holding certain fronts away. Although it doesn't look like it. What am I talking about? It's 56 divisions. If I threw them all away, it's probably not going to change anything. I'm throwing them all away. It's 500,000 men. Now I gotta look at the Navy. Oh my god.
I bet it's horrid.
Oh my god. If you look on the stream, you can see it. It's so many symbols. I can't even see the theater.
Just put it all in one and just deal with it later.
These are tier 1 destroyers. I don't need these. Go away.
Scuttle them.
I did. I don't want these either. Get rid of these. I don't want these. I don't need tier 1 destroyers. I'm getting manpower to this too. I'm up to almost 5 million in reserve. This is all tier 1s. Don't need you. There's some heavy cruisers in here. I'll take those. I don't know where to send them because I can't actually see like where my other ships are, my other fleet. It's like hidden. You go in there. You. I don't want you. I have enough destroyers. Don't want you. It's getting more reasonable by the second. Here's some 1940 ships. Put those in there. Scuttle the rest of them. You can go there. Scuttle these. The symbols that they're using for them as well, they're all over the place. Horseshoes and hearts. Here's a bunch of cruisers.
They don't know what they wanted.
And that. Some submarines, some shitty submarines, think those.
They say, please, my king, come and fix our country.
Well, all the shit you people have way out here, it's the focus now is on Britain because the big Holy Smokes invasion's coming. I don't need these.
The big one is coming.
Don't need these. There we go. That's fixed. Now what do I want focus-wise? I guess I'll do, let's do resistance suppression, because I'm gonna have resistance all throughout the Empire.
Yeah, you will. Wait, are they not cores?
There are cores, but I also annexed everything that they had that wasn't cored.
I see.
So, like I said, like, you know, I wanted to make sure that I had, I got all the MP upgrades and everything before all this happened, to make sure. I do have local autonomy on most guys, so there should be chill. But, like, I've inherited, like, Papua New Guinea and stuff like that. The Commonwealth of Nations have happened. Fuck India.
The rise of the Commonwealth of Nations.
I'm a scary red color now.
Gigantic task bomber.
I need to organize my steel, my imports and everything now. Well, I have. Let me tell you, I'm the world's largest rubber producer. I'm extracting almost 1,000 rubber. Yeah, I'm the world's rubber exporter now. I mean, you might need to look at your rubber stuff, by the way, because like Malaya doesn't exist anymore, for example.
I was making the majority of my own, but
Okay, good.
what I wasn't doing, I'm just getting from you now.
We're really short on aluminum. I think, right? I think there might be some uncored aluminum deposits around. Actually, let me look over here. Is there anything over here that needs to be... We're looking for resources. More oil! I have to look through the whole empire, anywhere where there are any resources.
Eight more days until D-Day.
We have to watch my factories. At some point, I might have to pause it and just like do an audit of the empire and start building factories places, because clearly there's a lot of dockyards in places since I went from 45 to 80.
Mm-hmm.
I also have a bunch of generals now because I inherited all their generals. Like
That's actually really nice.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 field marshals now.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take all my tanks, and they're going to be put in a field marshal order, and that whole field marshal's job is going to be to control the tanks.
How's my push over in the east going? Pretty good, actually.
Do we have anyone?
Good enough that I need to start reinforcing the supply lines.
Leslie Moore's head, you're in charge of my tanks. You look like you might be a Canadian, although I could be lying. I don't know. I don't know them.
You all look the same to me.
I don't know those people. I don't really know the difference between an Australian, New Zealander, or a Canadian, okay? Or South African. I know South Africans are more German. Makes me look at them crossways.
They speak their Afrikaans.
They pretend it's not German. But I know.
Tomorrow we do D-Day at 0600.
I'm going to buy a hell of a lot more fucking aluminum from you. Like, a stupid amount. There we go.
By all means. Oh, okay, today's the day. Pause.
Oh! I was looking at my trade. Alright, I'm gonna wait until you're closer to the shoreline before I drop off the paradroppings and all that.
Okay, we are a go.
Hold on, where's all my fighters at? I don't need this many fighters in Corsica anymore. So you go here. I'm gonna put you... Where's an air base near the ground? We need to make sure that we have 70 air superiority over Western France. Do you have fighters in Britain?
I sure do.
Okay, so just put them over there. I'm running out of air bases in Britain, so let me just go through and fix that. I've been relying on the air bases I started the game with in Britain. And that's,
I now have 1,200 fighters over the air in Western France.
Alright, now let me...
We are attacking. We are attacking.
I know. That's why I paused it. I'm going to do the drop. Dropping is commencing. The airborne like situation with their
Attention!
like lines is the worst.
Fall in! Yes, sir!
We just gotta take a port. We're almost there. We've got Cherbourg.
Go.
Ready, sir! Ready!
I'm gonna bring over the some more airborne to help shore up the line.
Bringing over the tank.
I'm having I'm gonna start doing supply drops over the country.
Yes, sir!
No. British SAS and fucking the U.S. Marine Corps working hand in hand.
Fall in!
We still need to take
I'm
Dinette.
gonna have my tank line push south toward La Rochelle on the west side of France. And
Ready!
if you can have your tanks go toward Paris, we can maybe just cut them off right down the center.
Attention!
My tanks are coming on down the...
Ready!
going across the channel.
They're not even attempting to fight us in the air.
I don't think they physically can.
Fall in!
The rest of the airborne are here, so... More reinforcements have arrived.
Ready, sir!
Right. Setting up the battle lines. And go, go, go. We push. Do you have any casts over us?
Oh, yeah. Okay, we have that port.
Brest has been cut off.
Wonderful. Bit of a chaotic operation.
Move out! Let them have it! Attention! All in! Keep on moving!
The Germans are just throwing their bodies into the tank treads. Just try to stop the offensive. Orleans has been taken. Orleans.
Retreat! Move out! Move out!
What an absolute mess. The liberation of Paris.
We have taken Paris.
If we can get to Switzerland, we could divide their troops.
Ready! Let them have it!
Oh no, the Germans have broken my ciphers.
Oh, that's fucking 40 division that you've got trapped in Brest there.
Attention!
Yep, and they're all gonna die.
Attention!
They're making an effort to try
And
to
they keep
retake
trying to
Paris.
get troops out.
Attention!
Go. There's 25 divisions still sitting over there.
Those divisions have been popped. I'm sending the tanks down south.
369,000 men, by the way.
I
Germany-
love it when the Germans die.
Germany's running out of men. They're down to 750,000 men.
That's really bad.
They refuse to pull out of Italy. They're still maintaining their troop numbers down here.
We're getting close to being able to bottle them up in northern Italy.
Oh, it's time for me to get another burst of fascism.
Oh, good.
I had
That's
I
what I
had
like
an
to hear.
election.
Oh. Can you just tell them that we don't do those right now?
I can, but it would hurt my stability and take political power away from me. I don't want that. Oh, we have a Charles de Gaulle. Hold on, let me get that going. Apparently this has music to it, by the way. Charles de Gaulle talking about the liberation of Paris.
All in!
Libération de Paris.
Fun little fact, there was an assassination attempt on de Gaulle when he was going through Paris by, I think, some communists.
All in!
They famously took shots at him while he was, like, parading down the Champs-Élysées. He didn't react, really. He sort of looked at him like, whatever. That was his sort of reaction to being shot at. Like, the bullets, like, whiz by him. There's a famous picture where it's like people are getting down. You see Charles de Gaulle, who's like 6'6", by the way. Like, just standing amongst them, tall, like, not even caring. Like, whatever. As if he's like, I've waited so long to get here, I don't care, you can't kill me, this is impossible.
God has blessed me with being here. You cannot kill me.
You cannot do that, that's impossible, it'd be too wrong. We're entering Belgium.
Ready, sir! Let them have it!
Paris est libéré puisque l'ennemi qui le tenait a capitulé dans nos mains.
All in!
Hitler still has a fuckload of tanks sitting over there in Syria.
Elle y rentre sanglante,
Uh-huh.
mais elle y rentre bien résolue.
Not even just infantry to hold the line. He has tanks.
Because he wanted to break through, but, you know, it didn't work out that way.
Jamais de ses devoirs et de ses droits. Je dis d'abord de ses devoirs et je les exprimerai tous pour le moment.
Germany's down to 420,000 men
Il
left.
s'agit de la guerre. L'ennemi chancelle. L'ennemi n'est
They're
pas
almost
encore
done.
abattu. Il en reste.
The war is almost over.
Et il ne suffira pas que
De Gaulle's really getting in there.
admirables alliés
There's a lot of him going, "Underbelly!" people.
pour que nous nous tenions tous satisfaits après ce qui s'est
I need to move
passé.
my
Nous
cast. There we
voulons
go.
sur ton territoire entrer comme il se doit en vainqueur.
My mosquito bombers from England can reach
Et pour cela,
like the front lines in southern France without having to put them in
est entré à Paris
places
avec
in
canon.
France. It's lovely.
La grande armée française d'Italie
That is really nice.
All right, we're gonna have to build up air bases in France. Is what we're gonna have to do. So I'm gonna start working on that.
Okay, I'm currently building infrastructure there, so.
Des unités modernes. Et pour avoir cette revanche, cette vengeance, et en même temps cette justice,
Axis division still holding firm and throughout Italy.
jusqu'au
They don't wanna give up Italy,
jour de la victoire totale, complète, la seule.
and it's gonna kill them. We got a delicious pocket in Western
Qui
France.
sont ici, tous ceux qui nous entendront entendre,
Pushing them back,
bien,
sir.
s'ils comportent d'autres devoirs, dans le principal.
We
You're about
sure
to
do.
you're about to cross me in fucking German kills. I'm at 3.3
I
million.
killed a
You're
lot
gonna
of
be
Jerry.
3.2 million right now. No one will ever
Killed a
surpass
lot
me
of
killing
Jerry on
Italians,
my
though.
phone.
I've killed so many Italians.
Yes, sir.
The Italians are all you.
Oh, whenever it autosaves, it like really locks up for a second. It's spooky. It's gonna be another pop. It's not gonna be as big as the other one, but it's still
Still a
every
good
man
one.
counts.
Attention.
And we're still pushing off in the Far East. We've slowed because we've pushed past our supply lines and we've got to build them up again, but we are still pushing.
That was 41,000 men stuck in Western France, by the way.
Good. Fuck them.
Song about the love of my life, and I don't
Call it.
summer came fall. I recall your steps in the hall. Even though it's years since you're right here.
The armed forces have been desegregated.
Call it.
We need more troops in
I just read
country.
that I'll be home for Christmas.
Germany's out of men.
Weekend.
Like they're gone.
I know you don't.
The Germans and Italians are both out of men. At this point last year, they both had millions. Millions. If you were to see a casualty chart, it's like the start of operations in Europe for the Axis is like fucking skyrocketing. Worse than Barbarossa.
Mm-hmm. Germany has lost 11 million men.
That is
The Axis in
not
total have lost almost
sustainable.
20 million men.
Germany's starting core population is 65 million men. Okay, just gonna put that out there. And for them to have lost 11 million men within the span of, you know, what, 11 years, that's devastating.
That's a third of their country.
Mm-hmm.
Got another tiny pocket down here next to Spain.
Attention.
More men about to die. An entire panzer division.
At this rate, it's like we're gonna get to the point where his divisions are gonna start being empty divisions.
All the birdies started to sing.
Which I find hilarious.
My life
I love it when Nazis die. The Italians have started really resisting us.
To tell you how much blood,
They're still holding strong down there.
to tell you just how much blood, toil, tears, and sweat there's been, I still have 63% of the war participation score.
Yeah. Mostly because they've just been throwing themselves against your line.
That in the enemy planes. I have 111,000 points from destroying enemy planes. I
That's
destroyed
also true.
the Luftwaffe almost single-handedly.
Yeah, that is your victory alone.
Mm-hmm. And also, I destroyed all their navies. It's like I had destroyed the Kriegsmarine and the Italian Navy even before the we got to have you here.
Mm-hmm. And you did help me out with the Japanese Navy.
Mm-hmm. I remember those dark days where I would lose like fucking 30 convoys a day. I remember when I started running out of convoys because of how many readings sunk outside of Singapore. It's almost all over.
I'm gonna have my tanks push across the Rhine.
Belgium's back.
I'm gonna set them up in Belgium, and we're just gonna push straight over to Berlin. It's time, Germany. It is time to atone.
Then we're gonna get the biggest peace conference in the universe. That will surely make the game crash.
But I'll consider that a victory.
Seeing as how we're going to reorder the entire world, basically.
Remake it in our capitalist glorious image.
Let me tell you, Germany, you're gonna be punished severely.
Oh yeah.
I think Denmark and the Netherlands and Belgium are gonna take a whole bunch of German territory. And then we're gonna fucking have our occupation zones.
Mm-hmm.
We'll liberate the Russians. It'll be great. We're gonna sprinkle so much liberation.
We're not gonna make the Soviet Union, are we?
No.
I think we need the federal state of Russia. I think that's what we need.
Mm-hmm. They might become like an American puppet to make sure that they're a fucking democracy.
Mm-hmm. They're still launching just bodies at you down in Italy.
Yeah, yeah.
Which is both sad and hilarious.
The total casualties involved in these battles are nowhere near as high as they used to be, though. They tend to do a probing attack and then immediately say, no, I don't want this. So it's usually when they do those, it's only a couple thousand instead of the tens of thousands of before. Okay, how
Yes, sir.
do we progress from that which we have now?
Move out.
I'm not done pushing yet.
I'm gonna take my tank divisions. I'm gonna focus them in southern France.
Okay, I have mine in northern France, they're actually more in Belgium and the Netherlands right now, and they're just gonna push straight out to Berlin.
Keep on attacking.
Not even gonna worry about the coastline.
I just have British airborne sprinkled around the American lines in Belgium and stuff like that. Just in case the Germans decide to do any counterattacking or anything. Enemy casualties are so high. They're almost at 20 million.
Mm-hmm.
Hitler's at him in. He hasn't went past Alderoth yet. I don't think he wants to scrape the barrel.
Well, he doesn't have a choice. He's either gonna die. Well, he's gonna die either way. But scraping the barrel would be the only way that he could potentially do something. And he still has There's a combined 235 divisions that are down on the Italian line.
Uh-huh. It's a lot. It's so much. Hence why after a point I was like, okay, I can't really push on anymore.
Yeah, they have them there instead of defending the homeland, so it's whatever.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I didn't know Luxembourg was back.
Luxembourg came back and Luxembourg said, no, I couldn't. I'm sorry.
And we just pat him on the head and say, it's okay, go back to sleep.
Germany's still serious.
Push in the back, sir.
They got a little excited and thought it was over.
There's so many Italians.
Mm-hmm. This Italian front has done wonders. It distracted them so severely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're getting I just said something. I had like a note come up. And I went to go click out of something else, and then I clicked something on the note, and I don't know what I said. I'm terrified. I don't know what I did.
Well, I guess we'll see.
I don't know
Next
what
thing
I
you know,
did.
the entire Federation is now independent.
No, I don't know what I did. I ordered something to happen somewhere.
But I'm sure someone somewhere received orders.
Germany's hold over Europe is unraveling at the seams as like little pockets of resistance happen throughout the Balkans.
Mm-hmm.
Attention.
Ooh, Germany's army supplies are collapsing quick because they don't have the manpower. They're down to 82%.
We have officially pushed into Germany proper.
You are doing some attacks into the Maginot, which I don't. Let me save. Let me save, dear God.
Still there?
Are you with me? It said that you disconnected.
Oh, did I have a big die?
You had a big die. Not that. This. Well, I will invite you to game because I have hot join on, so you might be able to just come back in. I have it paused. I also saved it just in case. And I declined for the AI to take over you, so I think maybe you might be totally brain dead at the moment.
Well, hello?
Hello? Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
I do now.
Okay.
I wasn't sure what was happening.
You had a dark cloud pass over your head.
That must have been the case.
What I was saying is that I have hot join on, so you should be able to come back in.
Okay, well, I am starting up the game right now, so let me see if that is the case.
I told it the AI not to take over you, so you probably are totally brain dead right at the moment.
Well, I had my men just attack, so we'll see if they just keep doing that.
I have a pause.
Keep on attacking.
We've like won the war. Germany has surrender
We're so
progress.
close.
Oh,
Oh, we're
unfortunately,
so close.
I have some bad news.
Oh, what?
Bulgaria is considered a major, so we're gonna have to
Oh,
we have to do a Balkan campaign.
surely it won't be a long one.
I will prep for that, and that I'm gonna take my Marines I have in the Italian front, and I'm gonna pull them off the Italian front, and I'm gonna prep for naval invasions throughout Greece and stuff.
Move out!
And then I'll do naval invasions in Greece, and then from Greece we can get into Bulgaria. And you know, once Germany and Italy are gone, we'll be able to walk in and tell them, okay, you're not a country, god damn it. We've prepped quite a lot of German divisions in Holland, by the way.
Good. I like it when they die.
There's probably maybe 30 divisions trapped in Holland. With the front line back to Germany getting increasingly wider.
I am attempting to join, but it doesn't seem to do it when I actually hit join game. Can you invite?
Invite to Garm. I have so many random radar dishes around because, like, other allies sometimes decide, I'm gonna build you a radar dish here.
Yeah, they like to build those for some reason. They build those and civilian factories and occasionally infrastructure, and that's like it.
They're like, I want to build a radar over here in Salion. I'll build a radar.
Which isn't a bad place, but I guess.
I'll build a radar in Suez, even though I have a huge radar dish in fucking Cyprus that more than covers the whole region.
Mm-hmm. Well, give me just a minute, because I gotta go piss again anyway.
Oh,
So
god
I'll be
damn
right
it.
back.
You're leaking. You're leaking. Na, 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 I'm gonna have to rewatch my playthrough of this because it's been a really storied campaign. I won't forget what you did to me, Sweden. I shan't forget. You're a piece of shit and I hate you. You're all sweet and nice to me now, but I remember. I remember when you thought the Nazis were gonna win.
Okay, I have returned.
Are you in?
I'm trying to join, but it's not joining.
You son of a bitch!
I only have the one option. I hit the button and it don't do nothing.
Well, I can look up the points now since I exited the game. So by total score, American Japan is the greatest of us all. I don't know how they've calculated that, but in total score, it's Japan, and then the Commonwealth of Nations, and the United States, and then India. Army, it's the German Reich, and then the Commonwealth of Nations, and then the United States, and then Italy. The gap between the Commonwealth of Nations and Germany and the Army score is significant. Total naval score is Italy at the top. I don't know why. I don't know how they compute this.
Maybe because they killed a bunch of people that weren't you before you killed them all.
Japan is first in air, and then Commonwealth of Nations and the United States. Industry, that's an easy one to understand. It's Germany, the United States, and then the Commonwealth of Nations, and then a huge drop off, and then it's Japan. Because it's like 900, 740, 632, 207.
Oof.
It's like the Germany, the United States, and the Commonwealth of Nations has the same level of industry as the rest of the world combined.
By a large margin.
I do like that by the numbers, the Axis are still like way stronger than us. Like by the total numbers, it's like I don't know though. I think we won. All right, let me fully start up with the whole thing. I don't want to fucking crashed because I exited the menu. Now I gotta hope that this stream is cool.
I think we're doing pretty well. Considering how things happened before I got here.
Yeah, there was just one disaster after another. France fell in like 2 weeks.
Which is monstrous of them.
Their incompetence. I wanted to defend. My original plan was to defend France forever. Their incompetence was so staggering that after like a week, I was like, okay, I have to leave. I have to leave. I can't stay here. I'm gonna die. All my troops are gonna go. They left so many holes in their line for no reason.
Oh, not the holes.
They
not
just
against the Germans.
I guess they just figured the war with Germany wasn't happening. I don't know. I don't know where their troops even were. They had a much bigger army than me, and they just let them walk in. And I was like, I have 12 divisions here, France. I can't. It was the worst. Yeah. I was saying while you were gone, it's like I probably should rewatch some of this because it's been a really storied campaign. I was talking about Sweden and how I won't forgive them for what they did to me. I remember when they thought the Nazis are going to win, and they wronged me. They're the reason Norway doesn't exist. It is directly Sweden's fault. I set up defensive lines in Norway, and I was like, oh, I can hold this forever. And then Sweden gave military access to Germany. And then Germany did a naval landing up in Narvik, and then they were able to flood troops around my line and get behind me. And then I had to abandon Norway. So it's 100% Sweden's fault.
Yeah, and all of that happens through an event anyway.
There's like several degrees of it, which means that Sweden agreed to support Germany down like 4 different corridors to get to that point. Bastards, Nazis, fuckers.
Yeah.
They think Churchill may have forgotten, but Churchill hasn't. Churchill remembers what happened 8 years ago.
I wish we could put serious financial sanctions on Sweden.
Yeah, they're not allowed in the UN. They're bullshit.
We have it written into the charter that Sweden is not allowed.
Yeah, Sweden's not allowed. Sweden's also not allowed to activate the World Bank either, so fuck them. Because they did bullshit. I was prepared to hold the Germans forever in Norway. I had mountain troops like holding my first batch of mountain troops all died. They had to 12 divisions of them had to throw their lives away to make sure that the regular army can get out.
Mm-hmm.
It was really bad. That was whenever it's like I'm writing off Europe as a theater I can be in anymore.
But you still ruled the waves.
I ruled the waves, and that was when I focused on the African campaigns. And that's where I scored all my infinite kills on the Italians. The Ethiopian campaign was quite difficult, though, still, because they didn't care about supply problems, and I did.
Mm-hmm.
Just look at it. France is back on the map.
It is very much back on the map. And the Netherlands is bigger than it started.
Yeah. Netherlands is going to end the war bigger than it started, too. God damn it. We're going to punish those Germans. We're going to punish those goddamn Germans. We clearly didn't punish them hard enough the last time.
Mm-hmm. Maybe a second round is what they need.
It's clear at this time they don't get to have a country.
We did give them a chance.
I remember...
but they couldn't handle it.
Shit, what's his name? He used to do Weekend Update. He did all those O.J. Simpson jokes and got him fired. He died not that long ago. Shit, what's his name? Anyway, he has these jokes about Germany. He's just like, you know, one day Germany decided that they were going to have a foe, and their foe of choice would be the world. And and then they decided they were going to conquer the world, and you would think that everyone would get together, and it would be a short little thing, and it'd be like, fuck you, Germany. But no, it was actually close. And then 20 years pass, and then they choose as their foe the world. And it's actually even closer. You would think that at that point people would get around and say, Germany, you're not allowed to be a fucking country anymore.
Yeah, we just had to stick our foot on their neck for a decade or two before they actually decided that they would no longer try to conquer the world again.
Yeah, the lead up to that joke was him talking about, it's like, I ain't afraid of countries like Iraq and Iran and all that. I'm afraid of Germany.
Which is totally fair. Germany is, they get pretty spooky when they really want to do things.
When they get real bored, they're like, I'm gonna go build bunkers and conquer Russia.
Yeah, they do have a tendency to come back to that one. There's just something in their blood whenever they look at Russia, specifically.
I'm prepping naval invasions for war in Greece. It's almost over. I have almost 5 million men in reserve. We didn't even have to go beyond extensive conscription. Germany still hasn't gone to scraping the barrel. Maybe they don't have the political points.
Which would be very weird.
They may have.
They definitely have had political points. That is also possible.
They may have said, hey, every time I lose a fucking Pride of the Fleet, I'm just going to reinstate another one for 100 political points each time.
Yeah, that sounds like a dumb AI thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hey, Germany, I am going to go ahead and decrypt your shit. You're welcome. I wasn't even trying too hard.
Okay, Germany, you're almost done.
Are you ready to give up your country?
They're up to 14% surrender progress.
I'm halfway to Berlin, Germany.
They're about to creep up to 13 million casualties. You've blown past me in German killing. You're almost a million more than me now. Which I'm
It's
fine
because my
with.
tank divisions are fast.
Britain is exhausted. I've been fighting this war for too goddamn long.
In this particular war, America has not lost too much, but against the Japanese, we lost quite a bit. I think it was like 2 million. So we've had our nose bloodied up a little bit. We just said we are still going to take you down with us.
The Italians killed almost 1 million British men.
Attention! Yes, sir! Fall in!
German presence in Italy is starting to slip. I'm launching offensives down in Italy again.
They barely have anything defending over in Siberia, and I'm still pushing. So. I just gotta keep making
There we
fucking
go.
supply hubs.
We made-
get stuff.
We made our first successful offensive in like a year in Italy.
That's no good. They had a lot of troops.
We're about to take Florence.
Let them have it!
I've taken Weimar.
Ready! Attention! Move out! Fall in!
I've taken Florence.
Yes, sir!
The Germans don't know what to focus on.
Ready, sir!
It doesn't help that all of the Japanese troops are now also flooding in. I see Japanese, Italians, Chileans.
It's
what
a
is it?
quote of.
I
It
see.
is a quilt of many colors.
It sure is. I see Indians going over towards Syria. We push past Magdeburg.
Move out!
We're on our way to Bologna in Italy now.
Fall in! Yes, sir!
We've almost cut Germany in half.
Ready, sir!
Or I guess thirds.
Yes, sir!
All these Italian troops that are in southern France are about to get cut off from Italy itself as I push up the peninsula.
Ready!
We're outside of Bologna now.
Yes, sir!
Germany still hasn't done scraping the barrel.
I think it's a bit too late for them to do that at this point anyway.
They're running out of actual cities to actually generate manpower from.
Yes, sir!
It's impressive how much counterattacking they're still doing.
Ready, sir!
That's in
Like,
you
we
have.
may be cutting through them, but we are by no means doing it easily. I'm actually seeing a lot more red bubbles now.
As long as we get casualties on them, we win by default. My mosquito bombers are really struggling. Every now and then, some of them fucking get got. and it's hard to maintain production of them. I've just dumped a whole bunch of casts into Western Germany for you.
Thank you.
Win the
I'm
war.
building a bunch of railroads through Germany so that we can actually get some fucking supply in here.
That's gonna be a whole thing. About to take Bologna.
Move out. Ready, sir. Move out.
The green bubbles are back.
Sees Bologna. We're outside of Genoa and Milan and Venice.
Yes, sir.
We are one tile away from Berlin.
Na 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 na. Na 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 na.
Move out.
We're about to take Genoa. They're like fighting for everything at this point. They're like, no,
All in.
you can't have Berlin.
Yes, sir.
They're really trying. We're just to the south of Dresden.
Attention. All in.
Don't make me do unspeakable things to your city, Berlin. I will do war crimes.
Yes, sir. Move out.
Argentina? You want the fucking Falklands?
Oh, you want to do this right now, Argentina?
Absolutely not. You can't have the Falklands, Argentina. That was one. I had three options. It was like, yeah, sure. It's like, oh, maybe, or absolutely not.
I don't know why they would even think to say that right now.
You don't want this. You don't want this.
Britain is angry after what has happened for the past almost 10 years.
I am a
You
superpower.
don't want to.
I am a superpower, okay? None of this diminished status bollocks. Genoa has fallen. No, 26,000 Axis troops died in the defense of Genoa.
What's in the back, sir?
I officially have nothing left to research.
I'm getting pretty close. I'm researching stuff I don't care about really anymore.
All in.
America gets a lot of fucking research slots, and you get them really quick.
We get a lot of research slots, and we get a lot of research bonuses.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I've also been on export focus for the entire game.
Yeah, same.
Since I
I have mine on export
so-
focus. Yeah. I never allowed the German and refugees and all that in because I didn't have the time.
They did that for me before I even got here, so
Mhm.
I also had that.
Attention!
I have a, holy shit, 67% research speed bonus.
I have a 44.
Did you strengthen the United States?
I don't think so.
Oh, we've taken Berlin.
Oh, yeah, we've taken Berlin.
Hitler, are you still alive? He still is. I'm just waiting to see what happens in that bunker of yours, Hitler.
Ooh, the Germans still have a lot of fight left in them, actually. Their surrender progress is not that far, actually. Italy is closer to surrendering than they are.
That is true.
And they're like, no, we've just moved to Vienna. We'll fight you forever.
They sure did.
They're like,
What bastard.
we'll fight you forever. We're right outside of Milan.
Pushing them back, sir!
Well, if you can cut them off in like that Nice pocket, that's a lot of divisions that will go away.
I'm trying to. I'm
And we
really
can just
trying
start
to.
pushing east.
I've been pushing like a motherfucker trying to link up to the Swiss Alps.
Yes, sir!
Hitler's finally gone to scraping the barrel.
He just doesn't have the cities to recruit from, though.
No, not really. He's never really gotten over like 33% in any of his occupied territory, so he can't do anything over there either.
Someone came up and they sent a bunch of a bunch of stuff in the chat, right? And they eventually said, "I give up, bye." And I looked at it literally like 2 minutes ago. So within the span of like 2 minutes, they gave up and left.
Attention!
Okay.
They came in, they sent a bunch of stuff, and then left.
Well, sorry, we're busy playing a game.
I don't have chameleon eyes, okay? I can't do that.
Attention! Yes, sir!
Once I've taken Brandenburg, I'm going to start shifting my tanks north. We'll liberate the rest of Denmark, and then I'll shift them south, and we'll start working our way down toward the Italian border.
We've almost taken Milan. Milano.
Milan! I'm shifting my strat bombers into the Western Germany region. I have 700 of them, and we are just firebombing their cities.
Milan has been taken.
I'd really like it if Italy...
The Italians are close.
Ready!
They're really feeling it.
22 million. Oh, this gigantic pocket over here in Nice. It's magnificent.
I'm trying to close it.
That's easily like 120 to 150-ish division.
The route to get out of that pocket's getting narrower by the second.
Mm-hmm.
Auto-saving. That was scary. I thought the game was going to explode on me. All of these divisions that they have here in Nice as well have, like, no supply anymore. It's all gone. I control all the rail lines, so...
Maybe if they were run by a competent leader, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Push that back.
I love seeing the Rainbow Coalition just driving the enemy back.
There's so many divisions in this war.
So many divisions.
I'm about to cross 5 million kills on the Italians. Axis forces, like a lot of their divisions, are so under strength at this point. There's just one
We
province
cut
that they're
off the
holding,
food.
and that one province is what's keeping the Nice pocket open right now. And I'm throwing men at it as much as I can, but the Germans are really pouring guys into this, trying to keep the pocket open.
Mm-hmm. I see it.
I've taken it. The
They're
pocket's
putting it-
closed. Alright, so they did do interesting in that they're trying to divide my my forces, and they were going to have one side totally get ignored, and we're going to fix that.
Mm-hmm.
Because now we have to close it.
Yes, sir. Retreat. Ready.
Oh no, Italy is justifying against me.
Who would have thunk?
I wonder why they would do this.
Italy's almost there.
Attention.
They're about ready to tap out.
Ready.
My god, I've killed so many fucking Germans.
Uh-huh. You've killed millions in a very short period of time.
Mm-hmm.
It's about as meat grindery as the fucking Italian meat grinder in Naples was.
Attention. Attention.
Any divisions that they decide to pull out through these ports and Nice as well are going to get torpedoed to fuck. Because I have a lot of submarines going through the Mediterranean still.
Attention. All in.
I love how under strength their divisions are. There we go. The pockets, like the doorway for the pocket's getting wider and wider. I got another smaller pocket that I have here as well. That I cut off in the Swiss Alps.
Got a pocket up here in Hamburg that got about 30 division.
I got
I got a pocket up here in Vorpommern that's got 11 division, or 12 division.
I popped a relatively small pocket that had 150,000 men in it.
Attention. Ready.
Torino has fallen.
Yes, sir.
We're outside of Venice.
Pushing them back, sir.
I almost wonder if after this war, if Germany would actually exist demographically. Like at this point, all that would be left would be the women and children.
Yeah. My Mountaineer commander, by the way, he is amazing. He is decorated with so many medals. He's the leading force behind my entire campaign in Italy.
Does he jingle jangle?
He jingle jangles. He's a level 7 general.
Ooh.
The Nice pocket's almost
That is
been
pretty much-
closed.
I think the only level
Italy
7 I
surrendered.
have is Omar Bradley. Oh. They're gone. And now look at all these German troops. It would be a shame if they all died.
They have like 3 ports that they're holding, but any of them that leave are gonna go right into the Sark's mouth.
And they are trying.
Move out.
And they are all going away.
I got a little pocket over there.
Ready. Attention.
They're trying so hard to break out. It's beautiful.
Ready.
More dead Nazis! Yay! I feel like any real country would have tapped out by now.
Yeah. I mean, the Nazis in real life did last a scary long time. There is truly like 100 divisions caught up here in Nice.
They just keep saying, just wait for Steiner counterattack, it's coming. They'll
Steiner.
liberate us all.
Ready.
Just keep the faith, my brother.
Any of these divisions that escape are going to get fucking sunk to hell to where when they come back. Actually, I wonder if they even have convoys still.
I'd be shocked.
Italy's out of convoys. Germany has plenty.
So the German can leave, but the Italians cannot.
The Italians cannot leave.
Ready, sir.
I've built like fucking 60% of the fucking roads in Europe here. Like this place is just nothing but cart path.
Call it.
Once
And then
I
America comes in and it's just like, we need to drive.
Ford. Once I close up this pocket here, I'll be able to focus my energies on marching up through like fucking Innsbruck and stuff like that. Because right now my offensive in northern Italy, I've like halted it because I don't have enough troops over there at the moment. Well, not of good troops. I want my mountaineers to do things.
You could just try and deal with Bulgaria.
The pocket's almost closed.
I'm so curious to see how many people die. This is like 100 divisions.
Mm-hmm.
More than 100, actually. Like 110-ish, 120. And all that equipment is just gonna poof.
We're about to take, yeah, we took the last port.
Oh. Oh.
Pushing them back, sir. Ready, sir.
Imagine being in that army and just knowing you can't surrender.
And how many men in that small area as well? Like, this might be 1 million men.
Ready, sir.
And they just all go away.
There's a mini multicultural army as well, so this is gonna hurt the entire axis.
Mm-hmm.
Fall in.
Okay, how many men was that? About 600,000 men.
Jesus Christ.
Actually, yeah,
More than half a
600,000 men.
million men.
Yeah. So the Italians are down to 3 divisions. That was the entire Italian army. It's all gone. And the Germans are down to 490 divisions. They had 750 when we started the French landings. Bulgaria has somewhere between 30 and 60. The various Balkan countries still have armies. Germany still has an army, but no men in it. And Italy has no troops. They're all gone.
How wretched.
Yeah, they have no manpower, no troops. So they not only have no troops, but they have no realistic way to make troops anymore.
Oh.
Now we just need Germany to surrender, and then we need to work on Bulgaria. Speaking of Bulgaria, I'm launching a naval operation to liberate Greece.
Yes, sir.
It seems that other allies had similar ideas, as I see several troops, like, show up.
Mm-hmm.
Uruguay has joined the Allies. I kind of forgot that I was the leader of the Allies.
That's nice.
They saw the writing on the wall, and they're like, I should participate.
Maybe I can sit at the table if I fight.
Mm-hmm.
But we will not be letting them sit at the table.
We've already made decisions on what we're going to be doing.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
The table will more or less just be a rubber stamping ceremony.
British troops have arrived in Greece. I remember when Greece fell. It was really bad. I hated it because I had plans to hold Greece. But just several cataclysms occurred that stopped me. Made it to where I couldn't send any help, and whenever I was sending help, it's like the collapse happened and I couldn't stop it.
Ready. Fall in.
But I have returned.
Fall in.
I have returned.
Ready. Move out.
Powerful words from powerful men.
Attention. Move out.
We might get another pocket in the Alps too, because they have a thick
Ready, sir.
amount of troops in the region.
Ready. Move out.
Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na,
Yes, sir.
na, na, na. We've retaken Athens.
Move out.
That was quick. Almost like they don't have much fight left in them.
Mm-hmm. We can just liberate whatever we want now.
Ready. Yes, sir.
I love democracy.
We're moving into vile Albania, the bad Albania.
Attention.
It is a wretched place.
Ready,
It's
sir.
a wretched place that's aligned with fascism.
Ready.
We pop
I
some
think it should
more.
remain wretched once this war is over.
We have gotten a delicious pocket in the Swiss Alps as well.
Move out.
I have finally cleared out the areas in northern Germany, so now I just have to... I'm gonna push down toward Munich and make a big pocket around Stuttgart and Strasbourg.
Yes, sir.
The Germans are now sending a lot of forces to try to counter what I'm doing here in Greece. They're like, oh god. Everywhere they're not looking. We popped another 250,000 men in the Swiss Alps, by the way.
Jesus Christ. So many Germans have died in the past 2 years, especially.
A lot of those were not Germans. It was like Hungarians and Bulgarians. They're leaning more and more and more on their allies.
On it.
Yeah, they don't really have much else.
The Germans don't really have very much fight left in them. They have to rely on their allies, who they force into staying into the war.
On
We
it.
are still slowly advancing across Siberia.
The allies in full have now landed in the Balkans. It's almost over in the Balkans. There was a short battle I had with the Germans where I took over Athens, and after that, now the tide has come in. Albania has been liberated. Greece has been liberated.
I've transformed the Trans-Siberian Railroad to the Grand Trans-Siberian Rail Network.
Mm-hmm.
Ready, sir.
I just need to give my men some time to breathe because some of these divisions are at like 57% manpower.
They do not want to give you fucking Bavaria. How many divisions do you think you're gonna catch in the Maginot?
If I can do this correctly, maybe like another 50-ish.
Ready. Move out.
I might be able to trap a whole bunch more troops in the Alps. The stacks of troops they had aren't as big as they used to be. They're in the tens instead of dozens. There's a series of fucking fort lines down here in Macedonia and everything I have to break through. Bulgaria is a fortress. If you look at it, there are forts literally all over the country.
I hate
On
it.
it. Attention. Fall back. Move out.
It's playing the upright Allied music too, which I enjoy.
Well, Chile has done a naval landing in Livonia.
We're about to cut off the railway leading from northern Italy to Germany. Once that happens, we're going to cut off all these divisions, which seem to be a mixture of German, Hungarian.
On it.
Oh, one Panzer division tried stopping me, and its strength was so low that it just popped on its own. We cut off another group. We got another big pocket. Northern Italy.
Keep on moving.
Why are you guys attacking the Sudetenland port? What's wrong with you?
Move out.
The Germans are now going to have to defend their mountain passes in the south because British troops have now reached those.
Ready.
Yugoslavia is beginning to be liberated.
Move out.
Germany's a little over halfway there. Germany's like, I ain't fucking tapping. I didn't hear no bro.
We are shoving toward Munich.
Another 60,000
Once we get
troops
Munich.
killed in
Ready.
a pocket.
We're getting a big fucking pocket down in Bavaria.
Ready. Attention. Attention.
I see units at like 24% fighting strength down here.
We're breaking it towards Innsbruck now through the Alps, causing yet another front for the Germans. We caused another.
Hitler only has a
We have another pocket in the Balkans. Looks like 4 or 5 German panzer divisions.
Yes, sir.
I recall your steps in the hall. Even though
Hitler only has a little under 3 million troops in the field now.
We've made a little opening inside near Innsbruck.
I just received the news that I'll be home
For Christmas.
so that we can I know you don't
That was another 75,000 troops in Macedonia. It's truly horrific.
After D-Day, they just couldn't handle it.
Mm-hmm.
We moved too fast.
Germany's at 16
They
million
weren't-
casualties.
They weren't able to shift their bulk.
That 16 million doesn't count what they lost to the Soviets. They lost like 3 or 4 million men in the Soviet Union.
Mhm.
They've likely lost around 20 million men.
I recall your steps in the
Which is truly, genuinely horrific.
Uh-huh.
those years since you
Like a third of their entire population, which includes women, children, young and old. It's like literally every able-bodied man in Germany is going to die in this war.
Fall in.
And a lot of the non-able-bodied ones.
Look at that pocket in the Maginot. You might. I'm gonna focus my air on my Cass on the Maginot for you because I have a feeling how those battles are gonna have to go. Is you're just gonna have to keep the battles running and then let the Cass get their organization down.
Yeah, probably.
I've summoned my mosquitoes to the Maginot to start laying down the fire. They do quite a bit of actual division damage too, so if they're low strength, they might just pop them.
Ready. Fall in.
We're about to take Thessaloniki on the march towards Sofia. Na, 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 na.
The great Maginot Pocket.
Hitler's mighty army is down to 2.5 million soldiers.
I think all we need to do is take like 2 or 3 more cities, and I think he'll be done.
I think we have to take Vienna, realistically.
If we can take Vienna, then it'll be over.
That's what
Which
that's
we
what
are
they
already
really want.
pretty much at Vienna.
I'm gonna make a hard push towards Vienna.
I'm gonna have my tank spearhead at it.
While I'm at it, I'll take things like Klagenfurt and Graz. I have my bombers laying it in on the fucking throughout the Alpine region, so even if your assaults on the Maginot are unsuccessful, it's like they're taking structural damage while there, and they can't replace that. It's gone.
Attention! Move out!
The Chileans are actually getting some good naval invasions. We are in Vienna.
Fall in!
Wonderful. They're gonna surrender, surely. Nope. Oh, now you're officially in Vienna. There you go. Still not
Almost
quite
there.
there. Well, Graz has some value to it, so I'll take that too.
Where's their capital now?
Fall in!
I think they may. I think they may have ran out of core cities to be able to switch them over to. Oh, it's in the Maginot, I think. Yeah, it's Metz. Because they
Oh,
cored it.
that's terrible.
Yeah, they cored it. That does mean that the rest of their empire is no longer connected to their capital.
Mm-hmm. And I do plan on taking full advantage of that.
Fall in!
Once these Germans are gone, man, I'll be able to just walk into Sofia because there's still loads of German divisions down here holding this force upright.
Ready, sir!
And we won't have to deal with their fucking perks and stuff they have anymore.
Move out!
They're almost gone. Our allies took the Sudeten land just by throwing bodies at it, so...
Chile has fucking pop borders on fucking Europe. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm. Like, good on them. It took effort.
All these miners, the Balkan miners, they're all over 1 million casualties as well. Really massacred by me, mostly because they decided to be in the Italian theater.
Sounds like they fucked up.
They made the disastrous decision to be in the Italian theater.
We liberated Prague.
The Czechs are like, finally. They've been gone for a long time. Okay, we have Stettin.
We're in Hungary.
I have troops outside Stettin, paratroopers. I'm going to order them to launch assaults on it because that might end the war. I see that Chile has troops near Danzig. That could end the war.
Yeah, I'm just pushing north through
India.
Slovakia.
Good on you,
Red Danzig.
India. India launched a naval invasion next to Thessaloniki.
Nice.
I am having really bad supply problems there because there's no supply anywhere in this shithole country. So I need Thessalonica to be capable of performing any more offensives in the region. Where are my fucking transports? That'll fix that. All the air bases over here are also all awful because there is nothing. There's nothing in this country.
It is a shit country.
So once the transport ships arrive, I might be able to get shit going. I'm glad I got to be the Imperial Federation. I do wish I didn't have to give up India, though.
If you really want it, you can have them as long as I can have Cuba and Mexico.
Slovakia's gone. Goddamn Germans just sprinkled out throughout the Balkans, slowing everything down. There are so many colors on Europe now.
They're so close to going away.
Just what's left? What's left in this horrible country? In the Battle of Metz, my fucking cast has given 139 organization damage unto them. Okay.
They actually have AA in their division.
Mm-hmm. I know. They keep shooting down my bombers. I can't quite keep up with the losses I have in my bombers in production, and I don't have the aluminum to be able to upscale production.
Ready.
Did it happen?
Did you not take more from me? Oh,
I think it happened. It happened. Yeah, the German right. Ooh. Oh, look at that. The red and blue fucking interchanging there in Russia, in Siberia.
Oh,
I guess that means that
red and blue.
I guess that means that they officially surrendered to me, probably because of all of the participation I earned early on in the battle in the war. Now we have Hungary, Romania, and Bulgaria.
Well, this shouldn't take long.
Just push everything you have in that direction.
That is the plan. Time to just push south into the Balkans.
Oh, Spain.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Are they a major? They're not in the war yet. So we're timed. But we need troops over there right now.
I mean, I don't know about right now, but I got men I can send over.
I'm diverting troops into that area to see if I can get them there within this eon or so. Yep, there we are. They're in.
Are they a major?
I don't think so. Yeah.
They're not. So we just need Bulgaria.
We got a lot of the Balkans to walk through for that. Now it's time for the collapse of their territory. They don't know the heat they just brought on themselves, though. And that, like, the entire apparatus we have throughout the world is now going to be turned on them.
They did this at the exact worst time.
Yeah. Where is my cast? There it is. I have them in the the Balkans. Although they're not doing anything because idiot asshole fucking allies have fucking filled this this airport. Why do they do that? They'll fill an airport to the point to where it's like non-functional, and they'll just stay.
Mhm. Yeah, I don't know. Idiot asshole.
The idiot asshole.
We are shoving through Hungary. Hungary will go away here very soon.
The British army arrived to stop the bleeding from Spain in just the nick of time. Oh, except for this army, which decided to go interesting path. Also, Turkey's back.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that they are. They were occupied by Germany. So I guess
Mhm.
that's fair.
All in.
Norway's back. The Netherlands has grown real big.
Ready. Move out.
They haven't even attacked Gibraltar because I fucking fortified it so severely. It's like, no.
There's a rogue Italian tank division that is just spearheading through Romania right now.
Yeah, there is. It's going down some of the railroads, too.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Budapest has fallen, so I wonder how much more Hungary's about to go. We literally just need to take like a village somewhere and they'll be done. We just have to deal with the Prussia of the Balkans.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm just charging through Romania right now, so...
Yeah, I have all the troops I have in the region. I just told them, I pointed them in that direction, told them go.
All in.
I get in there.
Yes, sir. All in.
Oh, Jesus. There's so much war. Why can't we just get along?
All in.
It's almost over.
Yes, sir.
Now, Spain, you've
The
made
Italian tank
you've made the
division got cut
decision
off.
that you're going to become a colony of Britain. You should know. You've made that decision. Oh, the Spanish fleet in the Mediterranean. It's gone.
Did they get exploded?
I threw it away.
Oh, they sure did.
I threw it away. Between the convoys and their actual navy deciding to, like, you know, sail around in my sea.
Yeah, that was foolish.
There goes Romania.
Ready, sir.
As the people defending Bulgaria just disappear.
Yes, sir. All in.
We're almost there.
Ready.
Yeah, one of the infantry divisions I told to go to Spain, right, did the smart thing and went on a boat. One of my infantry divisions who wanted to go to Spain decided to go through Russia to get there.
Hmm.
So it took
That's
them
a long
second.
way.
It took them a second.
The American Siberian front troops are finally...
Free.
They're getting to some place that's not frozen. Just completely locked solid in ice.
I will point out the color for the Allies now is now an ominous red because I changed my color. The axis is green now because Bulgaria leads them.
Mhm. but not for
A
long.
lot of naval battles. Spain has been building up their navy for a while, and it's all gone. It's all gone.
Bulgaria, give me your country.
They have 2 battleships.
I have stolen their capital.
There we go. Bulgaria is one of those countries, though, I think you need to take almost every square inch of it, though.
Attention!
I can't even see where my divisions are. There's so much going on here. These units are just going around just shooting people randomly.
And we're about to go into their secondary capital. Is it over?
Not yet. No, you have to...
It's
Oh,
over.
no, nope, it's over now.
It's over.
Okay, Spain, you made the bad mistake. Big bomb bad mistake.
They made the worst possible mistake.
Why did you wait until 1948, Spain?
All they had to do was just sit there and not do anything.
Okay. Woo! Alright,
Oh,
so
wow.
first of all, Spain, you're being fully puppeted by me. Welcome to Britain. And I want all your factories. The few factories you have, I want them. Ooh, it makes my computer think when I zoom in. Oh, because it's trying to calculate everything. Oh, I don't want your factories. It's too hard to think about. Oh God. Okay. All right. We have good Italy. Good Italy. That's gonna get Italy back. Let me find good Italy in the menu. There they are. Hello, good Italy. You get to have Italy back.
I'm going to create West Germany.
Okay. Maybe Britain will rule over East Germany. France, you get to have Sardinia as a punishment to the Italians. The Italians are also going to lose all the territory they had in the Balkans.
I'm also going to destructure their entire military infrastructure. And then I'm going to make them pay reparation.
Where's Yugoslavia in this list? Yugoslavia, there you are. All
And
right.
then I'm going to
You're gonna get all of
demilitarize them.
this. You're gonna get all this. You get to have that.
And you know what? I'll take your resource rights for good measure.
Albania, you don't get to be a country anymore. And Greece, for being occupied, you get to have some territory as well now. You get to have some of you can have some of Bulgaria. How's that? How's that for you? Turkey, are you real? I don't see you on this list. Did you get cracked in the head so hard? Oh no, here you are. I was about to say, did you get cracked in the head so severely that you're not real anymore? Turkey, you get to have parts of Bulgaria because of the things Bulgaria did. And Turkey gets to have parts of Romania as well.
I'm going to give China, well, the Manchu Republic of China, a bunch of Mongolia and Tanatuva and like southern East Russia, like Vladivostok area.
All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna submit my demands. You should submit your demands because it's like it's difficult seeing what we're doing. You know.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do that. There we go. So I can see the parts of Germany that I'm gonna make my puppet.
I'm gonna liberate Denmark.
I'm gonna liberate Austria. Oh, it's thinking so hard. Brandenburg. I think Denmark's gonna get control over
Brandenburg.
Schleswig-Holstein.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Are you gonna spend the points on that, or you want me to do it?
I'll spend it. Does Poland exist? Is Poland in here? I'll liberate them, but
I think Poland's a dead country.
I'll liberate them. Where's the liberate button? There it is. Okay. Oh, it does not. When I open the puppet menu, it does not like it. All right. So Czechoslovakia, you're back.
America wants control of the Bering Strait and like all of Siberia up to the Urals.
That's fine. Poland, you're back.
They will be incorporated into the Union of States.
Britain's gonna have a enclave in Königsberg. There you are, Denmark. Denmark's gonna get all this. You're gonna be a democracy. You're gonna be a democracy. You're gonna be a democracy. Alright, I'm gonna submit my demands again so we can see the new drawn map of Europe.
Mm-hmm.
You can see the British enclave of Königsberg. So what are we doing with the rest of So what are we doing with the rest of Russia here?
I say we liberate the Baltic.
You're eating up to Siberia? Up to the Urals?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I said that.
Yeah, that's so much. I guess Russia can exist past then. We need to liberate the Baltic states.
Yep, I got those.
Good. You liberate the Baltic states. I guess I'll puppet what was left of like Russia. So it'll be a beautiful democracy.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I will liberate Eritrea. If that was still a thing that had not been done.
Yeah, too bad Ethiopia's not cool.
Yeah. They didn't join the Cool Kid War Club.
I think I'm gonna have to eat what's in Russia, because I think if I try to puppet them, they're just gonna be the Soviet Union, and I'll have Joseph Stalin. Well, their government will change, but they're gonna have all their national spirits, which includes a massive amount of communism ticking in all the time.
You could, well, yeah. What if you just changed their government?
I can't do that to a country that's on the good guy side, and they'd be on the good guy side.
That's true.
But I tell you what I could
Well, if
do.
you puppet them, you have the ability to use that one decision that lets you tick up your
Yeah, but it's
your
never
governing thing.
gonna match the amount of communism the Politburo creates. They'll be annexed until we can come up with a more reasonable government for them later. They need to be supervised very directly for a while to make sure all the communism's gone. Alright, I'm gonna submit that. What's left? So you got all that going. roads. Greece gets roads, obviously. Greece gets roads. Romania, they have Bukovina. I think Poland's gonna get Bukovina. Yeah, I'm gonna give Bukovina to Poland, because fuck you, Romania. You chose wrong. Actually, I can't do that.
Go right ahead.
Bukovina might become an independent state occupied by Britain.
Okay.
Submit the demand real quick so I can do the final check to make sure that all of the stuff is cool.
America lays claim to any and all warships.
Yeah, that's fine. Alright, so all of Germany, yep, all of Germany's been decided. Italy's good. Alright, that's it. The new world order's been made. Oh, we did a little bit of a crime. And
What?
that when you puppeted West Germany, you included Alsace-Lorraine, so France has now lost that. With America saying it's like this law Hitler made, it's staying.
There's nothing I can do about
It's a
that.
demand you've already submitted.
Yeah. Oh well.
So France has lost that, and they're like, God damn it! Sucks to
Well,
suck,
I hope
doesn't
they
it,
don't get
France?
angry about it. Yeah, maybe don't lose your country in like 2 weeks.
Don't lose it instantly. We can now see the world. I'm gonna... The fucking, The Guns Are Silent is playing. But, I'm gonna turn off the unit counters there so I can see.
A great victory has been won. The skies,
The Commonwealth Occupation Zone.
the seas, bear only commerce. Men everywhere walk upright in the sunlight. The entire world lies quietly at peace.
And the big American occupation zone.
Has been completed. And in reporting this to you, the people,
Poland exists. The Hungarian Federal Republic exists.
the silent lips,
I told them that you are going to be democracies now.
and the beaches, and in the deep
Good, good,
waters of the
good.
Pacific, which mark the way. I speak
For Bulgaria being an asshole, I fucking destroyed them.
to take up the challenge of that future, which they did
Commonwealth Spain and the Commonwealth of Nations.
Mm-hmm.
Eritrea is free. The Sultanate of Ausa is free.
was trail from those grim days of Bataan and Corregidor.
Italy.
India is still very unified.
There's a number of countries that are now being supervised.
When modern civilization trembled in the balance, I thank a merciful God.
Austria's
A
back.
number of countries want to send updates to people who are in charge of them.
Mm-hmm.
We have known the
Yeah, there's the Commonwealth Occupation Zone, Commonwealth Spain, and Commonwealth Italy.
and from both we have learned
I love it.
there can be
And
no
India.
Surely nothing will ever happen bad in the world again.
Like Britain bombing India.
one in war.
I don't know what you're talking about. Just as long as we don't bring up the American invasion of Cuba and Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
Brings it
We really have carved the world up.
both
France also gets to be here, I guess.
security and the survival of civilization.
Because they
Very
are,
reluctantly, we allow them.
they are a real country.
Through progressive
Pretty powerful country, but
scientific discovery,
the gap is severe.
now reached a point
Mhm.
which revises the traditional concept.
I ended this game with 320 civilian factories and 395 military factories. I had 110 more military factories than you, and I almost caught up with you with civilian factories. The Federation. The Federation.
Have been attempted to devise an international
I got a lot more factories from my trade, though. Like almost 200.
from the very start.
Yeah, as everyone in the world has to gear up for war, they have to buy from America. They have to buy American.
All citizens were concerned.
Mm-hmm. And America is always selling.
Of larger international
We won.
never been successful. Military alliances, balances
we won, and the world was great forever afterward.
There's even more countries that want to join the fucking allies.
Well, I would hope so after we liberated them.
Normally we would become NATO, but the Soviet Union doesn't exist, so.
The world is at peace and there is no communism.
Mm-hmm. One day,
Except for,
America and Britain agrees to a semi-understanding that we'll release Russia once they're democratic.
Mhm.
Once we make sure that they're democratic. The Manchu Republic is very big.
It is big. It is all of those Altaic tribes, all those guys. The Mongolians and
I
stuff.
still have my imperialistic ports all throughout all throughout Asia as well. To say Britain is also here.
I don't need to directly own anything. I just need them to know that I am in charge.
Mm-hmm. I have the Bukovina corridor that I directly control. So there's barely any border between Romania and Poland. Poland's surrounded by me on most of their sides, actually. I tell Poland, it's like, now you getting attacked started this, and we're going to make sure you never get attacked by Nazis again.
I am going to give you a warm hug, Poland. Do not resist.
Mm-hmm. I am now your neighbor in multiple cardinal directions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would give up, I would eventually give up control of Germany in favor of a democratic Germany. I'd give up control over Russia for a democratic Russia. I'm probably going to keep Kaliningrad as a port forever. I'd give up Spain after a while. I'd give up Italy.
I think America would eventually just turn Siberia into a patchwork of various nations. Maybe keep the resource rights to a lot of those places, but
Banana Republic.
probably just liberate them.
Yeah, I'd probably end up letting go of a bunch of countries in Europe, and then I'd probably start bombing India. And telling them, you will come into the Federation. It's like, I look at them, it's like, what faction are you going to join?
And
And then,
not joining my faction.
There'll probably be some Commonwealth interventionism in Iran and Iraq as well. Their communism levels are way too high.
And I don't like Portugal sitting there all neutral.
Well, with Portugal, I have a thing where at any point in time I could tell them that they will have to join me in an alliance. I just chose not to. So they are kind of neutral.
Fair.
They rest in the middle ground, where I allowed them to remain neutral because it would be annoying for them not to be, and I didn't think I needed them.
And as long as Vuvuzela doesn't decide to go commie, then maybe we'll be fine over on my side of the world.
No communists, no Nazis. How many, there's a couple of fascists left. The Danes are technically fascist because their government was changed over. But, I gave them control
Peru is
over
very
a bunch of
active.
German shit, by the way. I gave them Schleswig-Holstein. So they now control the Kiel Canal in Hamburg.
Peru is fascist, Venezuela is fascist. I think that's it over on our side of the world. Or
It's
my
just
side of the world, I
Denmark,
should say.
Venezuela, and Peru, and then the only communist state left is Sikang.
Which only exists by my grace anyway.
They get to have their own little communist experiment in the middle of the Gobi Desert.
Even the only reason they lasted so long was because good Americans died on their soil. I should have just let them go. By the time I just pulled all my men out, I was already pushing against the Germans.
Yeah, this world is situated in such a way that there's no realistic way it could break unless you and I started fighting. We have no reason to. But with how this world being governed this way, with the Federation and the United States controlling everything, it's like we're at peace.
And it will remain at peace.
There'd probably be some small
Forever.
wars though here and there. Maybe some decolonization wars. Maybe France will have a communist uprising or something. They are
I could see
pretty
that.
communist. That's actually the second largest party in their government. Pretty closely tied with the
I could see-
Democrats.
I could see France becoming communist, and then like
I would intervene.
not Charles de Gaulle, but maybe Philippe Pétain. He decides that he's actually going to be a decent leader again.
Yeah. I'm gonna save it for posterity.
We've done it.
We won!
The world is saved.
We won the big one. We won the big one with the axes turned on as hard as they can be. The only way that could literally be harder from what we just did is if we literally debuffed ourselves, which sounds like the worst thing in the world.
I'd like to not do that.
I don't want to do that either, but we stream every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. We usually stream from 6 to 10 Central Standard Time, but since this is Hearts of Iron, we decided to do it for much longer to make sure that we can actually get stuff done on it.
4 hours is actually not that much time for Hearts of Iron.
It's not. But yeah, we won the war. I was having doubts in some parts. I was feeling, especially when the Middle East collapsed, I was concerned. I was concerned when the Middle East collapsed. Before Willie came in to be America, I was concerned on how I was going to deal with the Pacific, because I didn't like the idea of the AI having to deal with that.
Yeah, AI America would not have done very well.
I was very concerned.
They had a lot of ships, but their ships were not good enough to fight the Japanese. I had to do a lot of work to deal with that. And I still had to rely on you for the last bit of it.
It's like Japan and their fucking island, man. It was a lot. The RAF and the Royal Navy had to do stuff in the Pacific to get things done, even with U.S. help. So I don't know how I would have done that alone. The war would have went on to the 50s, probably.
Yeah, what probably would have happened is Japan would have consolidated on all of China, and then it would have been a horrific mess, and then you would have had to fight through Siberia and India, and it would have been terrible.
I was anticipating a British invasion of China. That was in the cards for me. I knew that was something I was going to have to do. But it's fine.
It would have
That
been the
didn't
only way
happen.
to get rid of their manpower.
It would have been the only way for me to realistically get, without having to do an island hopping campaign, which in and of itself would be difficult given my position and the fact that a lot of my navy was tied up in the Mediterranean and at home. So I'd have to do probably a land campaign through China instead. It would have been just a nightmare. But yeah, we won.